The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mika Chapa and Martin Sandstorm from San Luis Valley Bosey School, Alamosa, Colorado, guests of Representative Phillips.
All right, everybody join for me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon. Thank you. AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Bird, Basenecker. Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter. Representative Carter is right there.
Excused.
Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia,
Excused.
Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Representative Lindsay,
Excused.
Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
With 64 present, 1 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Richardson.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
As it is a Monday and I am a quart low on coffee, with as much enthusiasm as I can muster, I move that the Journal of Friday, April 25th, 2025, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Representative Richardson, I'll join you in that quart of coffee. Just let me know when you have it brewed. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The ayes have it. Announcements and introductions. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in the Capitol today, a group of students are visiting from my district in Longmont who have been involved in a prestigious robotics program. They are the students from Up a Creek Robotics and have come to display their winning robot outside the old Supreme Court this morning. It was fascinating. I got a whole demonstration. This robotics team is part of a program called FIRST, which stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology. It's a global nonprofit that prepares young people for the future through engaging hands-on robotics. They build skills, confidence, and community. The team consists of 10 middle and high school students and 6 mentors from around Longmont. They participated with over 8,000 other teams from around the world to build robots and competed for 256 spots at the World Championship. And guess what? Up a Creek team won decisively the World Championship and also won the award for Best Overall Engineering Design. Please join me in recognizing these engaged students and congratulating them on their hard work and award-winning season.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, good morning. Happy Monday. Today, I am proud to have with us people from all over the state of Colorado who are part of the Army for Freedom, the leadership program of the Rockies. They are here with us to do Shadow Day to kind of just see what this process is about. Many of them, it is their first time here in the state capitol. So, LPR people, if you would please stand wherever you are and let us welcome you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have an announcement today as well. I am happy to announce that, and I'm not sure that they're in here yet, but if you see them walking around, milling around the Capitol, please shake the hands of some awesome students from my district, from Colorado International Language Academy, and from Colorado Springs. The field trip organizer is Katie Green, and there's 36 students that are going to be here today, and please give them a great warm welcome. Thank you.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, members, it is an honor for me to introduce from the San Luis Valley BOCES, the transition team. We have Dennis and Lori, the teachers, Ramon Garcia, the president of San Luis Valley BOCES, and my former boss. Hey, the teacher, Emil, and more students here, and more students there, and more students everywhere. Please acknowledge them. Thank you.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm honored to have a group of students from my district, the elevated students with the Sachs Foundation. Could you please stand and be recognized by the chamber? Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Upon adjournment today, we will meet, Health and Human Services will meet in room 112. We will hear 3 bills, 278, 121, and 130. I will lay over 124 and 71 until a date in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm down here every Monday morning just to remind you that the legislator Bible study is still going on, and it meets in room 109 at 7:15 on Tuesday mornings. Hope you can join us. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Tomorrow morning, Tuesday, April 29th at 8 a.m., House Appropriations will meet in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bills 8, 69, 122, 169, 181, 187, 192, 195, 291, 293, 294, and any others that may be referred.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, we will be meeting today upon adjournment in the Old State Library. We're going to hear Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 155, and Senate Bill 276. Again, that's upon adjournment in the Old State Library. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, LSBA, upon adjournment, 3 bills. It's Multimodal Monday. Be there.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have another wonderful announcement. I want to welcome a wonderful group that is here for us today in prayer, the Liberty Prayer Caucus of El Paso County. And they are sitting right over here. Please give them a warm, warm welcome. Thank you. And they also are giving us gifts today. So thank you, guys. God bless.
Representative Johnson and Sukla. I think it's showtime. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The day has come. Today is Colorado Auctioneer Day, and you're about in for a treat. We have 25 auctioneers on the side around the room, so make sure you say hi to them. We'll have 3 auctioneers presenting items for bid. We'll have 4 auctioneers acting as spotters around the room, and they're going to help make sure when we're going through this to explain the process of how the items are going to come about. For reference, we do have Riley here in the corner, and she's going to be with Representative McCormick taking bids in the my left corner. We have Representative Bradley Brandy with Buffy here in my right corner taking bids, so look for them if you get confused. We have Trent with AML Winter here in the front right if you get confused. And we have President of the Auctioneers Association, Mike, who is going to be helping our speaker do spotting up on the top. So we are going to hand over the microphone to Vice President of the Auctioneers, John Schaffner. He's going to lead us off in the bids, and I will show you what we're going to be bidding on. For reference, all of the money collected today will be going to our great nonpartisan staff. The members will not be touching any of the money collected. If you buy an item, please check in with Vanessa at the end of the day or in the next couple of days to make sure that you are making it equal. And she will take the money to once again be split equally with our amazing nonpartisan staff.
Okay. Am I on?
We are. The first
Okay.
item, would you like me to tell you what you're going to be bidding on?
Yes, ma'am.
First item here, we have Representative Phillips, and she will be explaining her Thornton bag.
This is the Thornton bag. So what do we have? We have everything that says Thornton on it. So we have chocolate, Thorntons. We have books with authors named Thornton. We have a pickle because we have a pickler in Thornton, you guys. It's a super fun place to play pickleball. And also we discovered a dinosaur in Thornton. So we also have a dinosaur and an egg. And we have pens made by Thorntons. So it's all things Thornton. And just so that you make a really good bid, you guys, we also have Starbucks in Thornton, so I threw in a $25 gift card. Woot, woot. There you go.
All right, sir, can you lead us off in the bid?
Okay, right here. We got a bag full of goodies right there. Somebody give $100 for it. $100, $125, $125, $150, middle amount $25, $150, middle amount $175, $150, middle amount $175, $150, one middle amount $175. I've got $150, $175, now two, $175, now two, middle amount $200, $175, $175 here, now two, $175, $200, middle amount $175, middle amount $200. I've got $175. Somebody give me $200, $200, $225, $200, middle amount $225, $200's here. I'm a year way over there. $200, $225, $200. You need to get $200, $225, $200. You need to get $225. Sold it, $200 right here. I normally say buyer number, but I don't think we got buyer's number here today. But okay, oh my, we got more chocolate.
It's a good thing we have house districts as your buying number. Okay, next item we have, and this one was a real donation, as we know how much her sweet tooth lasts. Representative Kelty has donated a ton of different chocolates and treats. She is taking the ultimate sacrifice of giving up her sugar addiction for a good cause. Let's begin the bidding.
Okay, right here, all the chocolate. I'm a chocoholic right here. Somebody give me $25. 25, 25, 50, 75, 50, middle about 75. Got 50 in the back, 75. 50, middle about 50, middle about. You need to get 75. You're out, ma'am. 75, now 100, 75, now 100, middle about. You need to give $100. I got 75. Now over here, now 100. You're out in the back. 75 over here. We need representation from, oh, am I allowed to say that? From over on this side? I got 75, 100. I'll take 85. 75, 85. Now 100. 85, 100, 110. $100, 100 amount 10. $100 here. Right here, $100. 110. $100, 100 amount 10, 10. $100. You need to give 110. 110. Sold it, $100 right here. Give her a hand right here.
All right, the third item we have is all of our favorite sayings on stickers by Representative Wilford. So all the sayings we've been saying this session, if you would like to stick them somewhere.
These are very special, limited edition, General Assembly created stickers. You will get 10 of each sticker. The first one endearingly says, "I will protect your God alien rights." The next one endearingly also says, "Satan spinach." And the last but certainly not least, in reference to our good friend the wolves, "Demon weasel."
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Thanks for that description. Okay, what am I bid? Somebody want to give $100 over here? $100, 125, 100 middle amount 125. I got $100, 100 middle amount. You need to give 125. 100's here. 100 middle amount. You need to give 125. 100, 125. Somebody give 120 middle amount. 100. You need to give 125. I'm your way over here. $100, 125. Somebody give 110. I'll take 110. $100, 100 about 10, 110, now 20, 110, now 20 about. You need to get 20, 110, now 20, 110, now 20 about. You need to give 120, 110, 120. Sold it, $110, right down in front of me, right here. Give her a hand. And now, I think I'm ready to give. Y'all still got?
But wait, there's more. He gets one more item before we switch auctioneers. So we had Assistant Minority Linter donate this amazing tie, and I'll let him speak on it.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a good weekend. So in my hometown, there's a little gal that started selling native jewelry. Her company's Born Pretty Jewelry Company. Awesome little entrepreneur. I mean, first year made $30,000. She's 18 years old, and last year I think she made $160,000 profit. So I'm really proud of her. I bought this a couple weeks ago. And I got it, and my body's a little too big for the shape of it. It looks like I'm wearing a button around my neck. So it come off the Navajo Nation in New Mexico. It's beautiful. It's real silver, real piece of turquoise. It's really awesome. So I'd appreciate it if you guys would bid, and bid a lot. Thank you.
Okay, right here. Somebody give $100 for what he just described. $100, $125, $150, $175. Now about $200, $200, $225, $250, $225, $50. There again, $275. Now $300, $275. Now about $300, $325. $300 about $320, about $325. I got $300 right down here. $325. $300 about, you know, to get $320, about $325. 300's here, 325. Everybody else is out. 325, 300, 300, about 325. 300, you're in at 300. I might take you twice. You ought to get 325. 325, 350. I got permission to double up on the bid. 325, 350, 325, 300, about 50. 325, 350. Sold it, $325 right down here in front. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to all of you. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to the champion, our state champion. Who am I going to turn it over to then? To you. Oh.
All right, folks.
Yes. I'm not a state champion, but we're going to give this a try.
All right, we have our representative, Larry Don Sukla, and the first thing we're going to do is he bought a flag that was flown over our great capital, Colorado flag, and we have not got the certificate yet. We can make that customized with your flag after you buy it.
I would like to say that I used to think that I could talk pretty fast till I came to this place and had 64 people in the room other than me. Boy, there's a lot of good talkers in here as well. All right, let's hello to you. Oh, let's hello there now. 100 here, not up in the 125, 50 here, not up in the 75, and now 200 here, not up in the 1, not up in the 200. $200 here now, quarter here, not up in the 1, not up in the 2 and a quarter, not up in the half. 225, 250, $250, $50, who, not up in the 250, $250, $50, $250, and now 75, 250 here, not up in that 1, not up in the 75, 1, not up in the 75, 75, doing not up in the 275. I sold them right there for $250. Oh, I see the Sergeant of Arms was trying to get in, but we'll get you in next time.
Don't you worry, we have another Colorado product. If you want to fly it bright in your office, this was donated by Representative DeGraff, and we want to ask that the bid start at 35. Ask what? We asked the bid starts at 35.
We liked it. $50. Hey, 50 here, not up in the 1, not up in the 75, 75, not up in the 100, 1 a quarter, not up in the half. $200. $200 here, not up in the quarter, in the 1, not up in the 225, not up in the 50, 250, 75, 250, 75, not up in the 300, 325, 300 here, not up in the quarter, in the 1, not up in the 3 and a quarter, 350, 75, and now 400, 400, 400, 400. You got it? 400? 400 in the back. We're on fire. 400 here, not up in that 1, not up in. It's a runaway train. 400 and a quarter. And now 50. $450, 51, not up in that 1, not up in that 450. 450. Whoa. 450. Sold it for $425. Weinberg, you're the winner. And now I would like to introduce the current Colorado State champion. Come on up, Greg.
While they switch, we have 3 great items left. The first one donated by Representative Garcia Sander. I'm going to have her speak so I don't get it wrong, but it is a fantastic deal.
So this is a bottle of Our Orchard's apple cider vinegar. It's undiluted, full strength, vintage 2024. If you use apple cider vinegar in anything, it's usually 3 to 10% diluted at the grocery store. So this will make you probably 4 or 5 gallons. But you can taste the Honeycrisp apples. Our Orchard is primarily Honeycrisp. This is Honeycrisp apple cider vinegar. It is a prize, and it's not a lot left. I have 1 bottle left in our cupboard. So. Bid high.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, right here, apple cider vinegar right here. Hey, what are you gonna get for him? I'm gonna be 50 here, 50, 75. It's 7,500, quarter to 25, 50, 75, $200. 8 or 2, do, but you get 200, do, but you get 225, do, and a quarter, 200, do, but you get 2, do, and a quarter, 225. I'm gonna be 200 here now, do, and a quarter, 225, hey, but you get 225 on the vinegar. At a 225, hey, but you get 2, and a quarter, hey, but you get 225. I'm 200, straight back, now quarter. At a 225, a little, hey, but you get 225, 225, and a quarter, hey, but you get 225, a little, hey, but you get 225. Sold the vinegar right here, $200.
Next up, if you will look at my stage right, Representative Barone has a bottle of tequila. We also, with this tequila, you get 5 minutes with this gentleman.
Thank you, everybody. I am auctioning off a bottle of tequila from my state, Guanajuato, Mexico. You can only buy this tequila in Guanajuato, Mexico. It's made in Guanajuato. It's a cream of tequila, so it's not a throat-burning tequila. It's very, very sweet, and you get 5 minutes with me, so it's one shot. So, bit hard.
Sounds like experience there.
All right, if you drink the tequila today, you still have to pay for it. Right here, what are you gonna give on the tequila? Right here, but you get 500. 8 to 500, but you get 5, 7.5, hey, but you get $1,000, 2.5, hey, but you get 1,500. 8 to 15, 17.5, hey, but you get 17, $2,000. 8 to 2,000, hey, 22.5, 22.5, hey, but you get 22.50. 8 to 22.50, hey, but you get 22.5, hey, but you get 22.5. 8 to 22, down be at $2,000. You got 2,000, Larry Don? 2,000. Who wants to be $2,000? $2,000. You got 1,500, Riley? You got 1,500. I'm being 15 here, but you get 1,750. And a 1,500 here, but you get 17.5 here, but you get 5, but you get 5 here, but you get 1,500 here, but you get 1,750. And a 1,750 on the tequila. And a 17.5 here, but you get 5 here, but you get 17.15 here, but you get 17.50. I'm 15 with Riley. Need 17.5. Take 1,600. And a 1,600 here, but you get 16, 16 here, but you get 15. Need 16. And a 1,600 here, but you get 16, 1,600 here, but you get 1,600. 1,600. Gonna trade it on 15 here, but you get 1,600 on the tequila. 1,600. Sold at $1,500. Your way, Riley.
All right, colleagues, we have the last item of the morning by our amazing two leaders who are matching today, and I'll let these ladies say what they're going to offer.
Good morning. Do we have an offer for you? We are offering a home-cooked meal at Minority Leader Puglisi's home, and I will bring the best whiskey we have, right?
Yep.
Okay, what are we going to have?
So every Sunday I cook family dinner at my house, and I haven't done it this year, but normally my house is open to all of you. If anybody wants to come down to the Springs for dinner, just let me know. So our offer is that you come to my house, we make family Italian dinner, and the majority leader brings the whiskey, and we have a great time with my crazy kids, though, so that's the only other caveat. But we hope that you'll join us. It'll be super fun.
Yes. So bid and bid high.
Bid high.
All right, you ready? Right there, home-cooked meal right there, ladies and gentlemen, right here. And what are you going to get for him here? 8 a 500, 8 a 500, 8 a 500, hey, but you get 500, 600. At a 600, hey, but you get 6, but you get 6, 6. At a 600, hey, but you get 500, hey, but you get 6. I'm going to bid 500, need $600. At a 600, hey, but you get 6, 6. At a 600, hey, but you get $550. I'm going to bid 500, hey, but you get 5.5, hey, but you get 550. Home-cooked meal for $550. $550, $600. At a 600, ma'am, your turn. At a $600, hey, but you get 6, 6. At a 600, hey, but you get 550, 600. What's that? Don't forget the whiskey. We got 500, need 550, $600, ma'am. And a 600 here, your turn, 600 here, but you get 6. If you write a check, I'll hold it for you. 600. I'm being 550 here, but he gets $600 here, but he gets 6. At a 600 here, but he gets 6. I'm being 550 here, but he gets 6. At a 600 here, a little here, but he gets 600. 600 now, 6.5. At a 6.5 here, but he gets 5 here, 6.5. Your way, 600 here, but he gets 650. At a 650 here, 6.5. 700 sir. At a 700 here, but he gets 7. Now 7. Now $700 here, but he gets 7 here, 7.5. At a 750 here, but he gets 750. 750 here, but he gets 7.5. 750. I'm gonna be 700 here, 7.5 here, 7.5. $800. $800. but give $800 bear, you able to buy bear, but give 800, sir. At an 800, but give 8.5, but give half, but give 8.5, 8.5, raise your hand, 8.5, now 9, now $900 but get 9, one more time, $900 but get 9, now 9.5, your turn, 8 and 9.50, 8 and 9.50, 9.50, 9.5, don't quit on me, 8 and 9.50, 9.5, but get 9.5, 900, but get 9.50. He's good? 900, yes, sir. All right, got 900. Now half. Now 950. Now 950. Now 950. I'm going to be 900 here, but I get half here, but I get 9.5 here, but I get $50 here, but I get 950. I'm going to trade it on 900 here, but I get half here, but I get 9.5 here, but I get 950. Sold it, $900 your way, $900.
Well, we have one last entry that was a surprise to us all. So we have one more item, Greg, if you don't mind doing one more auction.
I can do that.
Hello. I figured we would add one surprise item, and this is a 3-day stay at my place called Dog Manor. Your dog, bottomless CBD water, pampered up the tea. If you're going away, I'll watch your dog. That is the gift I am giving. Let's start at 50.
Any dog, right?
Any dog, 3 days.
Any dog, 3 days, is that correct? You'll watch them 3 days on the dog retreat. Right here on the dog 3-day watch. Right here, what are you gonna give here? But give $100 on him. 8 bond here, but give $100 at a bond here, but give bond 150 here, but give 150. I'm gonna be $100 down here, but give 1.5 here, but give half here, but give 150, 100 here, but give 150 on a dog retreat at $100.50. I'm gonna be down here, 125, $125 down here, but give 5, but give 125. I'm gonna be down here, now 25, now $25 down here, but give 125 at 125. I'm 100 here, but give 125, $125 but give 5, but give 5 on a bear, you able to buy a bear, but give 125 on the little down here, but give 125. And I sold it, $100 bill right here, $100 bill.
Thank you so much for having fun with us this morning. Can we please give a big hand for our spotters, for our auctioneers?
Good job, Dusty.
And I would just like to say, if you bought something, please make your payments to Vanessa, and we will come and find you at the end of the week if you haven't.
We should start every Monday out that way. Woo! Members, we are moving to business. Thanks to all of those that donated, thanks to our auctioneers, thanks to those who bid. Great fun. Members, we are moving on to the third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1123.
House Bill 1123 by Representatives Ricks and Mabry, also Senator Exum, concerning alternative dispute resolution for disputes that arise between a unit owner and a unit owners association.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1123 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Mabry and Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Representative Mabry, please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our third reading amendment clarifies, so this bill is about alternative dispute resolution. What this clarifies is when alternative dispute resolution is appropriate. and who may ask for it. We're making sure that the bill is centered on providing protections to homeowners rather than giving HOAs an opportunity to delay if homeowners don't want to go to alternative dispute resolution, and that's what the amendment's about.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1123. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, permission is granted. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L9 to House Bill 1123.
And
ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, so this amendment, like I said, clarifies when alternative dispute resolution would be appropriate. It strikes a must and makes it a may, making the alternative dispute resolution permissive, and clarifies that the alternative dispute resolution is at the behest of the owner and not the HOA. And then I'll add in here that still within the bill, we're maintaining a section that says alternative dispute resolution is not appropriate if there's reasonable threat of injury, harm, damage to a person or property. And we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L009 to House Bill 1123. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Luck. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, the amendment is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1123 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1123 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 26 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1123 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Ricks and Senator Exum concerning security deposits submitted to landlords by residential tenants.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1249 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1249 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Haskell, Stewart, Wilford. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 31 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1249 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1159.
House Bill 1159 by Representatives English and Joseph, also Senators Mullica and Bright, concerning the Child Support Commission's legislative recommendations and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1159 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1159 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 14 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1159 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 41.
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Amabile, also Representatives Bradfield and English, concerning persons who may be incompetent to stand trial and in connection therewith permitting certain services for persons who are incompetent to proceed, collecting residency information about persons who are incompetent to proceed, and requiring bond setting for persons who may be incompetent to proceed.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 41 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 41 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 18 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 41 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives McCluskey and Soper, also Senator Roberts, concerning the deduction for free bets allowed for the purpose of calculating net sports betting proceeds and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1311 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 13 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1311 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1328.
House Bill 1328 by Representatives Duran and Sirota, also Senators Danielson and Bridges, concerning the implementation of the recommendations made by the Direct Care Workforce Stabilization Board and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1328 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1328 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1328 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senator Weissman, also Representatives Garcia and Zokai, concerning the classification of certain state revenue for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending pursuant to Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution and in connection therewith clarifying the statutory definitions of damage awards and property sale for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 173 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just came here to reiterate what was spoken on second reading when it came to the fiscal policy on this bill. It's no surprise that I am a staunch defender of our taxpayer Bill of Rights. I do, however, believe that when it comes to carving out specific exemptions of revenue, we should put this to the voters up for a vote, so therefore putting it on the ballot, and so therefore I encourage an aye vote. Thank you. I encourage a no vote, sorry.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get up and speak as well. I was able to go home this weekend like many other people, spent some time eating breakfast and chatting with folks around my community, went to a meeting or two, and they were very clear. Hands off of anything that messes with Tabor, so I urge you all to do the same and vote no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's just kind of funny to me how every time somebody comes down and says, you know what, we found like some original intent to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and it turns out they wanted to pay more taxes. And I just don't see that in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I mean, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights really was imposed or was put in place by the voters, by the voters, literally. They said, we want the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We, as taxpayers, would like this Bill of Rights to limit the growth of the nanny state. Now, the nanny state has great resistance to any resistance to its growth, as we've seen throughout. And now, of course, we have a budget problem because the nanny state can't work within its bounds. And so the nanny state solution is to go to the taxpayers and say, we need to redefine some things and we need to take some more of your money. And I don't see that intent in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. What we need to do is we need to get the ideology under control. We need to get the spending under control. We need to get the grift going to the nonprofit organizations under control. And we need to stop acting like the tax-paying widgets of Colorado are simply tax-paying widgets. So they would like to keep their money. They have other things to do with their money. They have better things to do with their money. When you let the tax-paying widgets of Colorado keep their money, that money goes around the economy. When it comes to the nanny state, worst thing in the world that somebody can do with their money is allow it to come to this building. Guaranteed, the absolute worst thing in the world that can be done with any taxpayer's money is to make its way into this building. So I recommend a no vote on this. I think we need to honor the taxpayers and we need to honor the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They wanted the Bill of Rights, again, to protect themselves from you. They need to be protected from you, as evidenced by the continual assault from you
Representative
taxpayer
DeGraff,
Bill
are
of
you
Rights.
saying that members of this chamber are assaulting people?
Fiscally.
Let's reframe and try to not imply motive or actions by members. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't mean to imply anything. But when the General Assembly is continually going after the citizens of Colorado, whether it be taxes or fees or new enterprises or ways to circumvent the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, I think we need to reevaluate. We need to reevaluate what's better for the citizens of Colorado. Do we want to keep businesses here in Colorado? Do we want to keep taxpayers here in Colorado? We are going in all the wrong directions for regulation, for taxation, for crime. And the solution is to do more of the same that took us in the wrong direction for taxation, regulation, and crime. So that's all I'm saying, that I think we need to, in this case, we need to honor the intent. I don't think what you're going to get when we have a $40 billion budget and then 55 and all the creative accounting that goes into that, I don't think we're really going to gain anything here other than to demonstrate to the taxpayers of Colorado that they should not trust the Capitol. I don't think they should trust it. I will tell them not to imply anything, but for the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, don't trust this building. They don't know what to do with your money. So, well, they have lots of ideas on what to do with your money. Honor the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Honor the taxpayers. Let them breathe. Let the economy breathe. This room, we're going to come up with 700, 600 bills will pass. 500 is where we start. This is absolutely ridiculous that in the last 10 days we're going to do who knows how many 100 bills. All sapping the strength out of the economy, out of the families of Colorado, and it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so we can reclaim Colorado.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How many times do the people of Colorado have to vote on something before this body acknowledges it and accepts it? The people voted in Tabor. Every time that we have addressed this issue from the people's position in some kind of ballot initiative, it's right around 70% of the people, time after time after time. We voted on Prop H, 68% do not touch our Tabor refunds. Do not touch Tabor, Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Do not touch it. It's always around 70%, and every single ballot initiative, 70%. And yet we came in here after Prop HH and said, we do not respect the people, we will overturn it. We will illegally overturn HH. This is egregious. This is truly theft. Tabor is in the Constitution. It was constitutionalized by the people, not by this House, because we don't have that authority. It was constitutionalized by the people, and yet we keep coming in here. Every time the people speak, we say, no, we don't care what you say. We're going to override it. This bill is attacking Tabor again. How many votes does it take? How many ballot initiatives? How many votes at the ballot box? How many times do the people have to speak before at least one time we say we're going to respect the people's voice? We are constantly disrespecting the people's voice, and that is the Constitution, which means we are going against the Constitution at the attack of the people of Colorado.
Representative Bottoms, I do want to give you latitude to speak to Tabor, but I would bring this back to the bill.
That this bill is attacking the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Therefore, you're attacking the people. They have voted this over and over and over, and we continue to say we do not care what you say. Us in this room, a tiny group of people, will tell the millions of people of Colorado that are voting at this stuff at 70%, we do not care. This money belongs to the people, this is theft, and this is just another way to get around it. Just another way to get around it. The bottom line is enough, and we have to reclaim Colorado, and I'm going to do it.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Summary of the legislation. The revenue limit in the Colorado Constitution's Taxpayer Bill of Rights Amendment applies to all state revenue that is not specifically excluded. Two exclusions that appear in Taxpayer Bill of Rights are for damage awards and property sales. Beginning in the current fiscal year 2024-2025, the bill modifies the statutory definitions of both of these terms to include additional sources of revenue satisfying these exclusions. Why? 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 This should be put to the voters when we carve out exemptions to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Do we only do it when we agree with how the voters vote, Amendment 79, when we agree with abortion being enshrined, then we don't question the voters? The voters voted this in 1992. So we don't take it back to the voters when we don't agree with them, when we want to be a Tabor hater, then it's okay? When we post that, then it's okay to carve out the exemptions in Tabor? Is that when it's okay? Then we come up here and we legislate it because that's what we believe. Then we circumvent the will of the people. And we say from this podium, but that's what the people voted on amendments and ballot initiatives, unless it's what we don't agree on, and then we take those rights from the people and we legislate over them. That's what I see time and time again from this body. Circumventing the rights of the people. When they vote on these ballot initiatives and these amendments, then we pass bills to say, sorry about you, people of Colorado, we know better. The 65 of us know better than the people of Colorado. You pass it, you vote on it by tremendous majority, but we don't care. We're still going to go around you. That's what we're doing in this House, Coloradans. We're exempting things out of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Tabor was put in place by the voters to limit the growth of government in terms of taxation and spending. It should go back to the voter approval for tax increases, but we don't. We kept passing fees and enterprises. As long as it's under $100 million, we don't have to have the voters vote on it. That's what we're doing to the people of Colorado. This bill is doing the same thing. Wake up, people of Colorado. This is what we're doing to you. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, fellow colleagues. I rise in opposition of this bill, very simple and plain. When I moved to Colorado and I found out that Tabor even existed, I immediately didn't understand why every single state in this entire country didn't have this law in place. Taxpayer Bill of Rights is literally the umbrella and the protection of every single citizen in this state. And effectively, with this bill, we're kind of slapping the people in the face.
Representative Weinberg, I made a note earlier about the use of the word assault. I might just, and I'll pause for just a moment, Representative Weinberg, and give you this time back as well. Members, let's take the tone of our rhetoric down. Let's not accuse members of this body to be assaulting, hitting people, or any other acts of violence. I'd encourage everyone to speak to the policy or the bill, not to each other's intentions or motives. Thank you, Representative Weinberg. I'll restore that time for you to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights, again, is the umbrella over every single person in this state. And what that means specifically is that when the government overtaxes you, it is their job and duty to return the money back to you. That is the most logical thing that can ever happen. I don't see how we're even discussing at this very moment why when the government takes from your pocket, it is their duty, dictated by the people of the state, to return it back to your pocket. That's the most logical law in the entire history of the world. Why would we dare impugn and override the voter, the citizen? I don't know why we're under this gold dome. If we can even do that, this is constitutional. Every single one of us in January put our right hand up, and whatever book you put your left hand on, you said the words. and that was to uphold the two constitutions, one for the state and secondary for the country. The word egregious doesn't come anywhere close as to how bad this bill is. And I don't think the people of Colorado know what's about to happen. I am truly concerned with what we think we are doing, which is good for the people of Colorado, with bills like this. You are literally disregarding and disrespecting the people in this state. That red button on your desk does work, and today you should use it. Urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 5 minutes and 32 seconds.
Thank you. I agree with my colleague. Our job is to support and defend the constitutions of Colorado and the United States. It's not to usurp and upend. Our job is not to legislate. Our job is not behavior modification under the threat of force. And I say under threat of force because if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. And these intentions ultimately need guns. And so what we're doing is we're continually forcing Coloradans into a mold of our making, your making. So one of the things that comes up when we talk about taxpayer Bill of Rights is whether it is in keeping with the Republican form of government. And what we have as our republic is that we have the preamble of our Declaration of Independence. And the first and part of that preamble is the charter itself of government, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Now, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is given to us by the people. Consent of the governed. So what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights does is it says to this body, which is the purpose of the Constitution, it's to limit the government, not the people of the United States or Colorado. What it says, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights says to this General Assembly, beyond what the Constitution says, beyond what the state Constitution says, because what's left in from this, our federal, our Constitution is that if it's not specific, it's left to the states, and if it's not left to the states, it's left to us. And the people of Colorado stepped in as part of this Republican form of government, and they put bounds around this body's operations, and they said, this is what we want you to stay in. Now, creative accounting has taken us well outside of that, probably double or at least double or triple what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights says that we can, and that's all because this General Assembly, the previous General Assemblies, have absolutely no ability to rein in their proclivity for spending. So it's perfectly in keeping with a Republican form of government that in our republic that is set by charter that this government is to secure those rights, those creator-endowed, self-evident rights, as evidenced by the laws of nature and nature's God, that they would constrain the operations of this body. Now, when this bill, when Taxpayer Bill of Rights was put into motion, property, they're talking about real property. This bill is talking about merchandise. This bill is talking about merchandise, and what it's talking about is also raising taxes. And if you're going to, and people's income, that's property. And so this General Assembly should not be looking to deprive any of the citizens of life, liberty, or property without due process. And that money is their income. So there's all kinds of creative ways around this, and I think we need to get back to what the citizens have said what they wanted, and that was to constrain this body. And $15.3 million, or whatever this is supposed to be, for the creative accounting and reimagining, or actually just a step towards the reimagining of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights for the purpose of starting to go through and redefine whatever it takes. But we're talking about a budget of billions of dollars, and we're doing this rewickering of the language of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights for the purpose of eking out a couple $1 million more. So it's not really even so much the amount of money, it's about the principle and not muddling, not mucking about in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and every time, surprise, finding out that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights should be really taxing, allowing more taxation for the citizens of Colorado, when it was clearly set up that the taxpayers wanted rights, which I don't know why you don't want them to have rights, but they wanted rights, and those rights were to be protected from you. So,
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds remaining.
thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, this is in keeping with the Republican form of government. The government that we set up as a republic is to constrain our government as a whole, our state as a whole, and it should be, it's best understood as limiting the amount of damage that you can do to the economy despite the creative efforts to continue.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Bill of Rights, Section 1, Vestment of Political Power. All political power is vested in and derived from the people. All government of right originates from the people, is founded upon their will only, and is instituted solely for the good of the whole. So here we are, not listening to the will of people. We're not listening, and this is across the board. This state has made it clear, as you've heard over and over again, Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliated voters have voted to protect the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And here we are considering something that changes that oversteps that. It is in our Colorado Constitution. This is clear as day, and we must abide by this. We swore an oath to this. This is the will of the people, and I urge a no vote on this bill that oversteps the will of our people.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I usually don't come up 2 times, but I just want to bring something up historically that's happened in the state that had an ill effect in my district. Just before you all vote, we're all going to vote how we're going to vote, but there was a proposition around Proposition 112 that had to do with oil and gas setbacks. And the people of Colorado beat it pretty handily. And then the next year, they ran Senate Bill 181, and they came here and they did circumvent the will of the voter. When they did that, they literally, the next legislative session said, we're not happy with what you did, so we're going to change that. My good colleague from El Paso County says it all the time, legislating on the people and not for the people. So it had ill effects in my communities. Reduced the size of the economy in my area, took good paying blue collar jobs. So just wanted to remind everybody of that when it happened, how the will of the voter was circumvented and the ill effects that it had on the constituents in my district. So when you do push that button, just think about the other side of these things and how it does affect people in the real world outside of here.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have lost count of the number of pieces of legislation that have come through that have impacted Tabor in this session alone, let alone other sessions. This one here is somewhere around a $14, $15 million hit on the fund, which will decrease the Tabor refunds. You've heard many of our colleagues that have been up here, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, overwhelmingly passed, approximately 70% approval rating. We see the government in the state of Colorado continue to grow. We see the private sector stagnating. I'm a huge proponent of the private sector of businesses because 90% of the time, aside from public safety, which we haven't been doing a great job, the public sector can do a better job. And the more that we take funding out of circulation for the private sector that allows them to go out and create jobs and create whatever it is they want to do in their business world, and the government says, I can do this better, which rarely happens, it costs money. It costs taxpayer dollars. That's where our funding comes from, the taxpayers. And the more we take that money, the more we hurt our constituents, because that's money that should be in their pocketbooks. That's money they could use for groceries, Christmas gifts, a vacation. They could use it for whatever they want to do because it belongs to them in the first place. They're the ones that went out and earned it. Whatever they did as a job, they earned that paycheck, and then the government takes its taxes out. When the government continues to expand and spend the taxpayers' money in both unruly and non-transparent ways, taxpayers don't like that. And they have a right not to like that. We should not be spending taxpayers' money. We wouldn't spend our money in a frivolous way, so why do we spend taxpayers' money this way? These are huge hits. I don't even count off the number of total bills that have gone through, but you're in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money that should be in their pocket for letting them spend how they choose to spend, not how we think is best. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Assistant Minority, ooh, I need that quart of coffee, Rep. Richardson. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I moved to Colorado because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and I know every time I tell this story, people say, that's not true, but it is. I had a choice between 3 states to move to. Colorado was on our list, and I grew up outside of New York City, and so I thought any state that allowed their people to vote on tax increases and be engaged on taxes in such a direct way had to be one of the most free states, and that's where we wound up making our choice to move to Colorado. But what I've seen since 2007 when I've moved here is this continuous erosion of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And what I've seen since I've been in this building is frequent, I want to say attacks, Madam Speaker, on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because I do believe that in the way that the legislation has been questioning the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is an attack on their rights. And so what I want to read for the people of Colorado, just so that they understand, and actually before I do that, I want to point out that I co-chaired the statewide campaign against Proposition HH. And when I went across the state multiple times and talked to people at the doors, there was this real swell of grassroots movement against Proposition HH. And the reason was the people wanted to protect the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's what they told me time and time and time again, and we saw that at the ballot box. So I do think the people of Colorado need to know, and this is in the fiscal note, what this bill really does for them. This bill is expected to decrease the amount of state revenue required to be refunded to taxpayers by about $16.9 million in the current fiscal year 24 to 25 and $16.8 million in each of fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. This estimate assumes the December 2024 LCS revenue forecast. The forecast is subject to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and it's not available beyond 26-27, so we don't actually know what the impacts are in the out years beyond 27. Because TABOR refunds are paid from the general fund, decreasing the TABOR refund obligation while also maintaining the same level of total revenue increases the amount of general fund revenue available to spend or save. So we're taking money out of the pockets of the people through their Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds, and we're giving the state more money. But the state does not have a revenue problem, it has a prioritization problem. And so we really need to start prioritizing what the people of Colorado are asking us to do. And what they've asked us at the doors this cycle is to make Colorado more affordable. And I don't know that we've done enough to make it more affordable, but now we're taking money out of their pockets, and therefore I am a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Since we are going through so many people, I figured I'd get up because we're always saying talk to the bill or to the bill, and the opposition is constantly not speaking to the bill. The bill is about...
Representative Marshall, I have addressed that with members.
Oh,
so
well, I
thank
mean
you.
in terms of the definitions, you know, not things even beyond there. The bill is about definitions. And damages awards are already exempt under TABOR. There's nothing new. Damages awards are exempt, and for good reason. They thought that through. Just like on the tobacco settlement, the reason the state got all that money is because the tobacco producers had been misleading the public for years, and it was costing the state massive amounts of money for the health care for their misconduct. So when we got that revenue in, it did not count against the Tabor cap because it was meant to offset the losses the state had had for years. That's why any of these damages caps are exempt under Tabor. It's meant to offset the loss we had. That's why they don't count. That's why Tabor makes them exempt. We don't even have to make a choice. So all the sponsors are doing is bringing this up and saying, there are some penalties out there that are actually damages awards. They're not revenue. We're not talking about increasing taxes. We're talking about revenue coming into the state and how to classify them. And I went through each one, and there's several I disagree with the sponsors on, where I do believe that they are not damages awards. For example, the monetary penalty imposed by the Energy and Carbon Management Commission pursuant to Section 34-60-121, when they assess that penalty, it's based on conduct, how many prior violations they had, mitigating, aggravating circumstances. So that amount is not a damages award because it is not based solely on the damage that occurred to the state. It's based on the conduct. So that can't be a damages award in my estimation. And there's another one too, but they do have some in here that are totally legitimate in my estimation. The civil penalty assessed by the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing pursuant to Section 25.5-6-205, those penalties are assessed against nursing homes, and they go into the cash fund to offset the damages that have been caused by the increased cost to the state by that misconduct. I think that is a totally legitimate place to make sure the definition is correct because Tabor says that should be exempt. So I'm going to be a no because there's a couple in here that I think are pretty outside the norm, but the argument over whether this is a Tabor violation, I think, is kind of missing the point. Damages awards are already exempt. What our sponsors are trying to do is find some definitions that have gone out of whack where we have penalties and fines that they believe should be classified as damages awards and are exempt by law and meant to be exempt under Tabor. I disagree with a couple of them because I think they're fines meant to influence behavior, but they have some in here that I think are very rock solid. So again, it would be good to keep the argument over the definitions and not over Tabor in general. Thanks.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague who spoke just before me. I too had similar sentiments, and I did want to speak to the clarity and the content of the bill. And I also wanted to share with you why I'm going to support it. Again, as you just heard, the bill clarifies in a way that we are allowed to, as the legislature, definitions of what is revenue or not. The bill is not, we are not voting to overturn Tabor in this bill. And that is really important for us to reinforce, not just for our constituencies, but so that we can talk about the bill within the confines of its corners. And so again, with the clarity of the definitions, which the legislature has the authority to do, we are saving, if you looked at the fiscal note, around $15 million to be brought into the budget. Now, this is why I'm voting for this bill, particularly in this cycle. We cut everything. We cut everything that we could cut. This is not a prioritization problem. And to be able to work within our confines, as we are allowed to do, to help us fund things that are important in the year 2025, not 1992, we should be able to do. We heard about all the programs, all of our concerns, and so this is our attempt to be able to support, just as our JBC went through everything with a fine-tooth comb. But in regards to the constraints under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, this is what I want to say. It is okay for us to not just try to figure out the flexibilities that we have, but to be honest about the state of affairs when it comes to our finances and what we will need to pay for and invest in. I work heavily in K-12. The costs in schools, it's not about a prioritization problem. It is that the costs have gone up. They didn't have Chromebooks in 1992. That can't be adjusted for inflation. We have mental health concerns that we want to support that we didn't have in 1992. That needs to be adjusted outside of inflation. Our neighbors are so gracious in this community that they vote for things, even perhaps put on the ballot by people who know our constraints, that we do not have the money to fund, but we try to figure it out. Whether it's $300 million, $500 million, we have to figure out how to work with our voters to support our interests and concerns. I do know it is important to Coloradans to pay for health care. I do know it is important for Coloradans to pay for a quality public education. I do know it's important for Coloradans to keep our water clean. I do know it's important to Coloradans that we have pristine outdoor spaces. And so what I'd like to say on behalf of being a legislator is, and to all of our neighbors, can we have an honest conversation about the things that we say we need to support that did not exist in 1992 and help ourselves, to which this bill is trying to do? And lastly, I'll say this. I am concerned about the pushback we are getting nationally, and I do foresee us having to figure out how we are going to help ourselves in ways that support is being pulled back presently. And guess what? That is a revenues conversation. And so on behalf of myself in support of this bill, I want to recognize what our sponsors are trying to do. I want to recognize what we are allowed to do as legislators, which are to set definitions. And I want to recognize the why. This year, again, was the pinnacle of us saying, we have priorities, but we also have revenue strain. And I think it is fair for our neighbors to understand what we are working with as compared to what it is that we need. That is the negotiation. That is the grand walk that we do here as legislators. We are allowed to, especially after decades, to reevaluate those things. And so every time we vote for something on the ballot, and every time we think about what our communities need, it is respectful to ask our neighbors how we should walk through that. And so I urge an aye vote. And I'm sure there will be conversation afterwards. But as much as we've talked about the issue here, this is the other side of it that I hope we can all walk through and consider without consternation. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure it's no surprise to everybody that I'm here in opposition to this. Nobody here has said that you're trying to take away Tabor with this bill, even though that is probably the final piece of this whole thing, and it's very clear. I heard up here it's saving $15 million in our budget. Who is it saving for? It's not the taxpayers, because that $15 million should be going to the taxpayers. I understand what this bill does. It reclassifies, as the title says, redefines the taxpayer Bill of Rights. That should be going to the voters regardless. Regardless. They should decide if we should reclassify, we should redefine what's in the taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's in our Constitution of the state. That $15 million should be going back to the taxpayers. It doesn't save anybody money. It just keeps it to the state. We don't need that money. I heard up here that we don't have a priority problem. We do. We have clarified that in the long bill. We have shown where money could be taken out of projects that are not necessary at the moment. There are plenty of areas that money could be moved to and will be just fine. Just fine. The revenue is coming in. 29 billion from 2019 to 44 billion this year. How can you say that the revenue is not coming in? It's the priority. Where are we moving that money? That money should be going to those 5 key areas. I keep reiterating those 5 key areas that need to be fully funded before we fund anything else. That anything else is the priority right now. And we have shown it. $94 million for illegal immigrants' health care, when there are people here that are struggling with health care. Make that make sense. We can move that money. We tried. It was struck down. So now you can come up here and tell me there's a priority problem. Hearing that. How can you come up here and say that? I am strongly opposed to this bill. Strongly opposed to touching the taxpayer Bill of Rights. The one state in the union that has it. One. I went to a talk in Washington, D.C. before we started the session, and other states are actually envious of our taxpayer Bill of Rights. The people here have the power to decide whether to have a tax increase or not. Isn't that the whole point? The people to talk, people to decide that? So I love our taxpayer Bill of Rights. I'll do anything to defend it. I'll do anything to keep it the way it is. And we here as a body have to work harder to prioritize the revenue coming in. We have to work harder. I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg, this is your second time to speak. You have 7 minutes and 8 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't normally come down 2 times on thirds, but people want to get technical. We're going to start getting technical. And Colorado's Taxpayer Bill of Rights was added to the state constitution to limit government growth, require voter approval for tax increases, and mandate refunds when state revenue exceeds set limits. Under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, damage awards and property sales were specifically exempt from counting towards the state's spending limit, meaning that if the state sold property or collected a settlement, it didn't impact whether taxpayers got refunds or not. Fact. Senate Bill 25-173 clarifies but rarely redefines what counts as a damage award and property sale, expanding these definitions to include fines, penalties, and state-run merchandise sales. Civil fines like health violations, pollution penalties, and labor fines are now being called damage awards. State-run store sales, like merchandise at the Colorado History Center, agricultural inspection supplies, wildfire equipment repair materials, correctional education sales, even wine for promotional use, are now being called property sales. Property sales. This is shifting revenue out of the Tabor limits. Under Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, Rod Bockenfeld, fines, penalties, and sales revenue were supposed to be counted towards the state revenue cap. By reclassifying these as damage awards or property sales, they no longer count toward the spending limit. This artificially lowers the amount of counted revenue, allowing the state to collect and spend more without even triggering taxpayer refunds. You're taking money away from the people. Normally, when the state collects more revenue than allowed under Taxpayer Bill of Rights, it must be returned in excess to the taxpayer. By excluding more revenue from this limit, the state avoids having to refund the taxpayer at all. This is obvious. This means higher government spending with a no vote of the people and no refunds, which is exactly what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights was designed to do and prevent. It's practically creating a loophole for any future fines, penalties, or sales, and now they're labeled as damage awards or property sales. This is giving the state more incentive to impose fines or expand government-run sales to generate unrestricted revenue. Let's be very, very clear about the summary of what this bill is going to do to the people in your districts, to this state, and what precedents you're going to set. This guts Tabor's protections by reclassifying normal state revenue as exempt. It increases state spending without voter approval. This blocks refunds by shrinking the pot of revenue counted toward the spending limit. And finally, it diverts more money into the government's hands and away from the people that are suffering in your districts. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like Tabor in many, many ways. I love the fact that we have to have voter approval before raising any taxes. I like it in the local governments. I don't think that any government should be exempt. I think we should go back to the government, to the voters, and say, hey, we've got to fix these problems. But in most counties in this state, they couldn't work their budgets out under Tabor caps, and they've gone back to the voters and said, hey, we can't do this. I do not think that sales of merchandise or allowing sales of merchandise at the History Colorado Center should change what our general fund amount that we can spend on roads should be. I don't think that sales of merchandise at the State Historical Society museums should change whether or not we can fund K through 12 education. And that is what we're talking about. We're talking about revenue that raises the caps. And we are going to have some tough conversations about what Tabor looks like as far as what it does. Since 1992, when Tabor was passed, we've had a 220% increase based on inflation. K through 12 education spending alone is a 280% increase since that time. Medicaid, in addition to that 280%, is another 800%. Higher education, another 500%. Transportation, 400%. Wildfires were pretty much sticking in line with inflation until about 2015, and now we've had a 1,200% increase in wildfire spending since Tabor was passed, and that is money that we make work in the budget. We take it out of the general fund. It's not exempt. We don't get like a free pass because the state had a massive disaster. We don't get the opportunity to figure out how we're going to budget for those massive disasters. What we have to do is go take it out of the roads. And the people in my district are yelling at me about the potholes, and I'm telling them, I don't know that we're going to fix the roads this year. We do not have the money to do that. And you're right, it's not a revenue issue. But prioritization to wildfires at 1,200% since 1992, we have to make some adjustments someplace. We're not talking about special programs. I can assure you, the Joint Budget Committee this year, I think, did an extraordinary job finding places where we might be able to cut something. And next year, we're going to cut the services that all of the people in your district want. We don't have choices here. And I don't think that sales of supplies related to pesticide inspections should determine whether or not we can spend money on wildfires. I think that it's great that we have Tabor. I think it's great that we have a refund. I don't think that the way that we calculate how Tabor works from 1992 is necessarily a perfect fit for today. And I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle start to look at that in a very big way. All of the counties around us have had to do that. When I looked at Arapahoe County last year, one of the most brilliant things that they had to do was they put a website out and showed people exactly what was going to happen, where they were going to cut. They were going to cut $12 million out of our sheriff's department. They didn't have it. They didn't have an opportunity. They've been managing their Tabor caps for this long. They held out longer than most counties around us. Douglas County, I think, got out from under Tabor in 93 or 94. We made it until this year. Our roads are not as nice. Our taxes are much lower. The realities here are we have to figure out what these numbers mean. Two things. Tabor is inflation, which has remained fairly constant over time since 1992. Kinda, sorta. I agree with your nod a little bit, Representative. And population, and we've been fighting both sides of that. I have no issues with people wanting to get funding right. I do think that we need to look at what our emergency spending looks like. Does that really impact something? And certainly things like non-concessionary sales at the Colorado State Fair determining whether or not we can fund higher education. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about revenue limits. We have people that have good ideas all the time that immediately get shot down because it would change revenue. And we have to be so careful because everything that comes in is revenue. And it is. It's money that comes into the coffers of the state. I can agree that. But I don't think when we're talking to the voters that civil penalties, that somebody gets charged with something because they violated some of our laws, should impact whether or not we can pay for a road.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Each of us, and this really is to the people in the gallery and watching online, Tabor, Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Each of us is born with property inherent to ourselves. Hands, feet, eyes, ears, brains, emotions, creativity, giftings. It's ours, belongs to self. And we utilize that as we grow to produce other property. The Assistant Minority Leader
pointed to that today during the auction. A creative young woman who is utilizing the property she was born with in order to benefit herself and her community through the beauty that she creates. Those creations, we tend to either monetize, and exchange, barter, one good for another, give away. All of those decisions, though, are left with us as the creator, the one who had the ability to create that property. And as we continue in that exchange, we tend to increase our overall property. Now, if someone comes and takes our property, we as a society have constituted that as wrong, as theft. There must be consent. There must be permission. Taxpayer Bill of Rights is an extension of that understanding. The people of Colorado said, we understand that there is a proper role of government and that that proper role and the services that government provides must be funded. In 1992, I can say as a Colorado native, the understanding of most Coloradans related to the role of government was more attendant to my party than the majority party's understanding. It was a very limited role. And so the people said, yes, we will fund you. We will fund you to a particular amount, plus we will recognize that things change over time and that you will need to have more dollars available to you based off of inflation and population. And so we will create in this mechanism a means by which the amount that the state can bring in recognizes that reality and yet keeps the state at the level of service that is currently provided, because the people of Colorado at that time were subscribing to a limited government idea. They didn't want all sorts of programs and services. Now, in 1996, 46% of state spending was exempt from Tabor. That constituted about $5,027 per Colorado resident. In 2023, 71% of state spending is exempt from Tabor, which constitutes about $8,442 per Colorado resident. How did we get there? Well, in large part by clever ideas such as the one before you. Things that, standing on their own, we can hear all sorts of legitimate reasons for and say, this doesn't really chip away at the purpose of Tabor. And yet, when taken together, we understand that Tabor becomes less and less impactful in Colorado. There is greater and greater growth. My colleague is right related to the debrucing, right? That's what it's known as, to debruce your government from Tabor restrictions, pointing to Doug Bruce, the initiator of Tabor. Many, if not all, of our counties and local governments, special districts have debruced. The people have said, yes, we understand at the local level your need for this, and so we will give you certain levels of expanse beyond what the Constitution allows because we want you to be able to do X, Y, or Z. Most recently, though, when the state asked similar question, very plainly, not shrouded behind the idea of feeding children or what have you, and the taxpayer not understanding the impact on Tabor, but very plainly, the people at the state level rejected the idea of eliminating Tabor. Recently. Because they still believe that there is a limit that the government should be held to. We talk about needing more dollars. And yet we create, even this session, increased liabilities, more programs that we have to pay for. Again, goes against the idea of Tabor, the restraining element of Tabor. This bill specifically, for those who are still paying attention in the gallery or who are online, is seeking to expand two definitions that were added to statute shortly after Tabor was passed by the voters. Those expansions, I would argue, are not designed to further restrain government. They're designed to open up more doors and more categories and more opportunities for government to bring in dollars that they can spend however they want to without accountability to the people. You see, Tabor said, we will give you this much money. But if you take more than that, it's the equivalent of theft. And you have two options, government. You can either directly return it to us, no questions asked, to send it back to us, or you can ask permission to keep it. But in either case, we need to be at the table because it's our property. It belongs to us. The people, over the last few years, have decreased income taxes by 0.23%. And yet, fee-based revenue in the state has increased 0.51%. The people are going in one direction, and this body is going in another. Stated in a way that is more relevant, I guess, or more succinct, connects to a bill we talked about maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. It's as if our citizens subscribed to a service. They really like that service. And yet over time, that service has, without their permission, because of bills like this and changing of definitions and clever maneuverings, has increased their subscription costs. And many of them, especially in my district, are asking for a one-click way to opt out of that subscription. They're asking for a mechanism that makes it easy for them to no longer be taxed and taxed and taxed and taxed and taxed. And yet, this body continues to pass bills, continues to increase subscription costs on those folks, leaving them really with the option that many are pursuing. In fact, the Gazette had an article just this week.
Representative Luck, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Gazette just yesterday had an article about this. Instead of getting reprieve here, their one-click solution is to move out of the state, which creates a whole other set of problems. So perhaps instead of doubling down on those things that are driving people from Colorado, maybe we should stop and pause, reconsider, reject this policy, and go back to the drawing board, recognizing the rights of property and resist the idea of stealing more.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the creative interpretations of this bill. In fact, this bill before you is exactly what we are able to do within Tabor, which, yes, did pass in 1992 with 53.7% of the vote. And within Tabor, there is a definition of fiscal year spending for purposes of calculating the Tabor cap. And within that definition, there is a list of exceptions that I will read to you. The following are exempted: federal funds, collections for another government, pension contributions by employees and pension fund earnings, reserve transfers or expenditures, damage awards, or property sales. And what we are doing in this bill is honing in on damage awards and property sales because those terms are not defined. And why are we doing that? Because it's our job. It is our job to provide clarifications. When we have ambiguous terms, it is the authority of this body to clarify those terms. And I would say it is actually our duty to do so. The way I view it, the things that are listed in this bill should have always been exempt from the fiscal year spending calculation because these are specific exclusions that are listed. Now, we might have different feelings on the list of exceptions. We might not all agree that there should be a list of exceptions, but they are there. And definition changes and definition clarifications are not tax increases. Nothing in this bill increases taxes. What this bill is correcting an error that we have had, where we have artificially inflated our fiscal year spending limit with revenue that should have been exempt. This is a good governance measure. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 173 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative English. Is excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 173 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Bacon and Joseph, concerning the administration of elections and in connection therewith, creating the Colorado Voting Rights Act and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we were on, let me start with, I asked permission for a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was unable to bring this amendment during seconds, and since we are now in the last 10 days of session, I can bring a substantive amendment. If this amendment had a title, it would be a former governor could not be appointed in a vacancy to, I don't know, U.S. Senate amendment. And I would ask for an aye vote on permission.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission. Up, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
So members, I just want to confirm the Minority Leader did want to run this on seconds, and we kind of wrapped up really quickly, so I would support at least the permission to run it to honor that agreement, so thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 1. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Jackson, Leader, Lindstedt, Story. Jackson and Lindstedt excused. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 3 no, and 3 excused, permission is granted. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So basically, what this amendment would do is restrict a governor's eligibility to be appointed to a vacancy office. Just to be clear, this doesn't mean he can't run for the office in a regular election. This is just related to vacancies. The governor is ineligible, so the current governor would be ineligible for an appointment to any office for which the governor in the future has the constitutional or statutory authority to appoint to fill a vacancy in an unexpired term of that office. The governor shall not appoint the immediate past governor to fill a vacancy in an unexpired term of any office. And again, nothing prohibits that person from actually running for election, or that governor from running for election, the former governor, to any office as permitted by law. It just would not allow him to fill the vacancy. And with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi, would you move it, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is why I don't offer third reading amendments. With that, Madam Speaker, I would move Amendment L077 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment does all of the things I just told you it would do, and I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, tongue-in-cheek, I would say everyone should vote their conscience. However, we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment because although I see the value of the amendment, I think we need to have further conversation, and maybe in the next legislative session, we can work on a similar piece of legislation. So please, members, vote no on this particular amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we should take this opportunity to solve this problem right now. We've talked a lot about the incumbency issue, the vacancy appointment, and this would be a pretty significant one. So, and it's not precluding running for an election. It's not precluding any person from actually holding that office, but it does preclude just the political nepotism that we find with the appointment process. So I think for honoring the will of the voters, we should allow the voters to actually vote on such things instead of encouraging the gamesmanship. So this is an easy add to a otherwise very complicated bill. So I ask for an aye vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, and then Rep. Bottoms.
So members, again, thank you. I just wanted to add that I know we have certainly opened up conversation here, but we do believe that the purpose of the bill is to protect the Voting Rights Act and to codify it here into the state. And just in consideration, we do believe that this might be a little bit broader than where we wanted to go and perhaps outside of the scope. So I just wanted to offer that again. I know it seems like we have opened the door for a conversation here, but I do want us all to consider that this conversation might be different than the Voting Rights Act, and that's what the purpose of Senate Bill 1 is. So again, we're going to ask for a no vote, and we do ask, when we get to it, to support the Colorado Voting Rights Act and to have conversations about that. So thank you, members.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have spoke on this concept many times that I think we need to limit the powers of the government. I feel like this amendment was attacking me directly, but I'll let that pass. But I do feel like that we need to limit the powers of the government, with the governor specifically with this. And so putting my personal feelings aside and my future, I will say let's have an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know a couple of folks have said that this amendment might be better as a separate bill or warrants further discussion, but it seems to me as we've hit the last 10 days, this is the time when we pass things without great discussion and consideration. We just go with a good idea. So I would say it's a great idea. Let's go with it. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L077 to Senate Bill 1. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Jackson, Winter, Woog. Joseph, Woog is excused. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 39 no, and 3 excused, Amendment L077 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I will be brief. Hey, here's a good opportunity for us to all come together and defend our Colorado Constitution. Sounds a little hyperbolic, but truly, we can defend the Colorado Constitution today. Home rule municipalities under our Colorado Constitution have full control, not partial, not sometimes, not maybe, not kinda. They have full control over their own elections. When we consider any legislation to our state's highest document that might touch in any way at all on the election process, we have a duty to respect that constitutional boundary. We have a duty to respect specifically the constitutionally enshrined right for our home rule municipalities to control their own elections. I believe this tinkers with that. I believe that it is in violation of that constitutionality, and I believe that this is something that we need to take very seriously and vote no on. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Gold. So I offered an amendment to make a point when we were on second readings on this bill, calling this the Golder standard. And the broader point that I was making on this is that we keep hearing that we have the gold standard and that everything, we all run a tight ship, and when you say you have a gold standard, what you're implying is that there's no area for improvement. And so when I see a 31-page bill with a whole lot of new regulations, I have to really question if we actually do have the gold standard here, because apparently we don't. But what this comes down to is I guess I find myself asking, why is this needed? Again, like all the bills in here, this is a good intention bill, but I just ask, who's asking for it and why is it needed? Because when I look at who supports and who opposes it, what I see is many municipalities are opposed to it. What I see is clerk and recorders, mostly in the amending position, which if they're in the amending position and this bill directly affects how they conduct elections, then why are we not amending it to meet what they are telling us that they need? I think that's a very good question. If the people who are elected to conduct our elections are in an amending position, why are we not amending it to meet what they are asking of us? They should be supportive Our clerk and recorders should be supportive of a 31-page bill that significantly adds new regulations to our voting standards, which makes me feel it is not them that brought this. Now, I wasn't in committee on this. Maybe some did testify for it. I mean, as individually elected members, they could register as supportive of it, and I just don't see that when I look up on the Secretary of State's website. I don't see any of them supporting this as individuals. So even if their group isn't amending, if they actually supported it, they could register and say they're supportive of it, but I don't see that. So I can't help but ask, why is this needed and who wants this? What I see is a lot of activist groups supporting it. We trust our elected clerk and recorders to conduct their business the way they need to and within the current state laws. And with this bill, again, the municipalities are against it. Our clerk and recorders are at least at a minimum not supportive of it. And so I'm just wondering why we need this. Again, when I read through it, there's a lot of good intentions. There's also a lot of stuff that I don't understand why this is in the bill. I have not heard, I'm very close with my clerk and recorder, I've not heard the issues that are outlined in this bill being an actual problem. I have not heard the cases of people being discriminated against based on, gender identity or disabilities. So, I mean, we already have universal mail-in balloting. So people with disabilities, if they can't make it to a polling station, they already have a way to vote. And so, again, who's asking for this and why is it needed and why aren't our clerks supporting it when this is their job. This is what they were elected to do. And if they aren't even supporting it, then I question whether it's a good bill or not. And for that, I'll be a no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I mean, from what I understand, the intent of this bill is to golder-pate our gold standard into something even golder. So, I mean, fine in that sense. I mean, there's a lot of room for improvement in our election system. Now, if I was going to do something, I'd probably make sure the gold standard was in line with the FSMA standards, treated passwords as like confidential, unclassified information instead of posting them online.
And Rep. DeGraff, to the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ballot boxes are in here. But instead of making sure that ballot box chain of custody is actually met, it just guarantees that we have ballot boxes. Ballot dumpsters is more appropriate. So, no chain of custody whatsoever. 2004 standard just kind of brushed it over and said, yeah, we really don't know how to apply a chain of custody for ballot boxes. Maybe they'll have one someday. They still don't. We know from talking to postal workers that ballots are just thrown in the corner someplace, completely accessible. Ballots are completely, you can candle them, you can check and see what people's votes are inside. The Secretary of State has absolutely no problem with that. You can read the letters from them. Now, my colleague before me was wrong. This is not 31 pages, it's 35. And there's about 10 new pages. The 10 new pages that, at least 10 new pages that the citizens of Colorado have not even had a chance to look at or comment on. Not that that's really important, and they might have some concerns. They might have some concerns around that. And what are we trying to solve here? What are we trying to solve? We have definitions. Okay, so ballot boxes, that's something that is in here. We're not even addressing how to maintain any form of chain of custody for ballot boxes. We don't have one right now. We have a pretense of one, but we don't really actually have a chain of custody. So we're just going to guarantee. So this bill's the first thing that this bill does is it guarantees that it sets out to do is to guarantee convenience over security. And our election system should first and foremost deal with security. you should have the most convenient of the secure system as opposed to the nominally secure of whatever convenient system that you can. So because the bill focuses on that, I can't vote for it. So now it talks about electoral systems or practices that deny race, color, language, minority group, equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice are inconsistent with the right to free and fair elections. So I'm really kind of surprised here that this is noted as a persistent matter of statewide concern when we're told repeatedly that we have the gold standard. We have the gold standard of election that is persistently denies people based on race, color, language, minority group, equal opportunity to elect in their election of candidates. And we have, and somehow protects discrimination in voting. I already talked about the drop box. The drop boxes, when we're talking about disenfranchising voters, drop boxes, we know from the universal mail-in balloting when they poll these, when they do canvassing, after election canvassing, there's at least an 8% error rate. That means 8% of the people don't live where they said they lived, or that the vacant lot that had a couple hundred people registered to it, they don't actually live at that vacant lot, or that the people just disappeared off the voting rolls altogether. That is something that is facilitated by universal mail-in balloting. Especially when you can look at it. I mean, it encourages universal mail-in balloting if you're looking at disenfranchising voters. Mail-in balloting, where the ballots show up all at, say, an apartment complex or a neighborhood, all basically in one day, where somebody can go through and they can harvest those, or they can coerce them out of somebody, or they can coerce a vote before it's mailed in. That not only cancels the individual's vote, but it also cancels somebody else's vote. So if you actually want to have a representative ballot, what you want to have is not mail-in balloting. Yet this bill says you must have mail-in balloting, and it is one of the easiest, if not the easiest way to exploit disenfranchised voters, especially when you're talking about language barriers, language access, which is in here again. Polarized voting means there is a divergence in the candidate or political preferences or the electoral choices or members in a protected class from a candidate. Now, I thought on the Constitution side that we're not supposed to have favoritism, yet this bill somehow says that we have sort of a political favoritism, political subdivision, protected classes, sexual orientation. So somehow the balloting, which we already have universal mail-in ballot, which the law, I just looked it up, defines as behavior or social affiliation that may result from sexual attraction. Somehow, what we already have is universal mail-in balloting is systemically violating those rights. So we need a 35-page bill, 10 of which are new just in the Senate amendments that the citizens of Colorado haven't even really had a chance to look at or comment on. Diluting the vote of members of that protected class. Well, diluting the vote of that protected class. So this bill is discriminatory in the sense that it assumes that a protected class, which is something that is based on race, gender, religion, you can look up, I mean, the only thing that's not a protected class are white males. So I'm not sure what the actual point is here. But diluting the vote, it's assuming that the different demographic blocks vote as blocks, which is discriminatory. And this would be based on, just trying to go through some of the notes here, based on the totality of the circumstances, the equal opportunity or ability of the protected class to nominate or elect candidates of their choice disparately impaired. We have unaffiliated, we have parties. There's all kinds of ways and we have the petition so that anybody can get on the ballot with a petition. All you have to do is convince that number of people. So now a disparate class, a protected class, I suppose, can just skip to the front of the line and say, we want our candidate on the ballot. Otherwise, you're discriminating. And now it's going to be up for, so now you have an aggrieved person, individual, organization whose mission could be frustrated by a violation of this section. And this is a 35-page bill, but don't forget that this also refers to, ties into definitions of, in this paragraph alone, 1-47, 105, 106, 107, 108, and then 107, 108 again. The notification letter must specify the violation. So let's go through this a little bit more. Prima facie case of voter suppression. So you could say, well, on the face of it, that's all that's required. It looks like voter suppression. It's a prima facie case. And then the burden shifts to the political subdivision to demonstrate by clear and convincing, 75%. You have to convince for a prima facie that, hey, it looks like voter suppression. You have to that the challenged action is necessary. Not a matter of whether that challenged action is actually discrimination, but the prima facie case is all that is required in this bill to show that it is discrimination. And now that it's been demonstrated by discrimination because somebody said it was, now it is clear, it is required by clear and convincing evidence to prove that it was necessary.
55 seconds, sir.
Then you get into the stuff back here in the back, and you start talking about like a protected class, and you talk about having all minority languages represented, which puts a really, really, really steep obligation on the secretary or the county clerks to make sure that they can speak all languages, do it accurately, and have nothing. So this is a gross overreach. It violates the counties. It's too vague, and otherwise, it's besides being all bad, it's okay.
Seeing Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. On seconds, we kind of wrapped up really quickly, so I didn't have a chance to speak to this bill. Despite it being Senate Bill 1 and it being in committee 2 weeks ago, we have had extensive conversation on this. We do have the gold standard, but we existed in a country where we had the gold standard here in the state, and we had the Voting Rights Act. But it has been systemically dismantled over the last couple of years, and what this bill does is shore up and reinforce those rights as well as those values. The Voting Rights Act originally was passed in 1965. And it was passed in a climate where people were told to pay for their vote, people were told that they could not access the vote, people were told that if they wanted to show up and vote, they had to show up with groups of 20 and fight their way to the polls. People were told that the right to vote is not important, even though it is the most fundamental and powerful tool in our country, Democratic Republic, to express the will and voices of community. And if it wasn't that important, I wonder why so many people were assassinated just because they fought for it. In the last 60 years, we have pulled ourselves out of Jim Crow, not just with the Voting Rights Act, but also the Civil Rights Act and so many more acts. And the reason why we push for it to stand today is not because of an indictment that we think political subdivisions or the state are racist, but in the event bias does occur, voting for this bill reinforces our notions that that is not tolerable. I am concerned when I hear pushback against that notion, especially when I never declared that it was intentional. But what we do know is true is that bias pops up every once in a while, and codifying this language and voting for this bill is a reminder, even in the year 2025, that voting is still fundamental and that we should not tolerate dilution or suppression. Home rule status is a gift of this state, but it does not make one, an entity, a sovereign. We still have supremacy clauses, and one of which is to say, while you can govern yourself, this bill says we should all govern ourselves at least in accordance to common values, like there should not be bias in elections. And that's what this bill says and does. And so, members, as I stand here, I want to say thank you and acknowledge a few names. I want to thank Barney Ford for caring that this state have a Civil Rights Act before it was entered into the Union. I want to thank Fannie Lou Hamer, who said she was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I want to thank Medgar Evers, who died for the right to vote. I want to thank John Lewis for continuing in this fight. I want to thank Mary Dale Thompson, who paid poll taxes to vote. I want to thank Marvin Franklin, who watched men be dragged out of cars on their way to vote. I want to thank Frank Bacon, who served his country even when he had to come back to it and sit in the back of the bus to liberate other people. And I want to thank everyone who believes in the promise of this country. And the promise of this country is to say that we believe that your voice matters and that we will take steps to ensure, even through our differences, even through our bitter differences, even through our differences of if Golderer is a word, that we will protect the vote. And so, members, I ask you for support of Senate Bill 1 today. And in the event that you do not vote for it, I do hope and believe that there are ways that we can state that we will protect this vote, even if we didn't intend to show bias, that we care enough to root it out. So thank you all for standing for that moment. Deeply appreciated. And we urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 1.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my co-prime Representative Bacon for her thoughts today. I just wanted to add, I'm deeply grateful to be a sponsor of Senate Bill 1. As you know, Colorado still has a lot of work to do. And again, we have one of the largest gaps between turnout for voters of color compared to white voters in the entire country. So again, the Colorado Voting Rights Act will protect the voting access Coloradans have today, shielding us from any attempt by the federal government to weaken voting rights, regardless of who controls Congress or the White House. The Colorado Voting Rights Act will help us build a more equitable democracy by setting clear and fair standards for elections. We can ensure all community members have an equal chance to have their voices heard through voting. The Colorado Voting Rights Act will improve and build upon the voting rights offered by federal law both by creating stronger protections and covering more communities who face barriers to voting. Again, every time here when I'm in the world, when I hear conversations from both sides, the Democrat and Republican side, the bills that we pass here at the state capitol is not just to protect one side, it is to protect all of us who will go to the poll and vote. So I urge a yes vote on this particular bill. Again, I'm deeply grateful to be one of the sponsors of this bill. I've mentioned in committee my experiences when it comes to working as a poll observer, and it was not a fun experience, and I wonder if they had the Voting Rights Act at the time, if it would have made a difference, and I do believe it would have. And with all that said, please vote yes on this particular bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Rutinell and Lindsay, also Senator Roberts, concerning the operation of food trucks and in connection therewith establishing a definition of mobile retail food establishment and establishing reciprocity for certain licenses and permits between local government jurisdictions to allow a mobile retail food establishment to operate in multiple jurisdictions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1295 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1295 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 27 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1295 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1078.
House Bill 1078 by Representatives Basenecker and Velasco, also Senators Marchman and Cutter, concerning workforce development in natural resources.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1078 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was not in the room when we were discussing this bill, and so I was brought to my attention that there was an amendment in appropriations which made it so the money coming for this program was pulled from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. And so I move that we refer this bill back to the Finance Committee.
That is a proper motion. One moment, please. The motion before us is to refer House Bill 1078 to the Committee on Finance. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was in Appropriations. I heard the amendment. And most of the time when something this substantial comes up, or this is part of a bill, it goes to finance first to have a discussion about this topic. I don't like doing this kind of thing. I don't like sending us more work in the Finance Committee, but I think it's appropriate in this case with the amount of money being put into this from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund that we have a bit more of a discussion on this before we move it forward. So I ask for a yes vote on the motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to refer House Bill 1078 to the Committee on Finance. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 28 aye, 37 no, 0 excuse, the motion to refer fails. Back to the bill. Representative Tygart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke on this bill during seconds, and I'll repeat some of what I said before. First, I'll start by saying the cause, the beneficiaries, are firefighters, in particular on the wildfire side of things, I understand completely. And in fact, I had a conversation with my fire chief and had to tell him my concerns, in spite of the fact that we need to do all we can do for our firefighters, especially those that are forced into this situation of wildfires. Having said that, the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund is not our money. Let me repeat that. It is not our money. We shouldn't be allowed to touch it. We actually have precedents that we had to deal with in the budgeting this year with monies that were ours, but because it got so overspent, that being the marijuana tax cash fund, that it was no longer sustainable. In fact, we had to make some cuts that I know some of you folks disagreed with us. But we had to do that to keep that fund sustainable, which was primarily for the purposes of education and public safety. Now, because we can't use a fund like that because it's not sustainable, we choose to go after the unclaimed property tax, of which, talking with the state treasurer, of the 1.2 to 1.4 billion has already been tapped to the degree of $800 million. Now, when we have a savings account with a bank, we know going in with that savings account that the bank's going to invest it in what they feel are wise investments. And that's actually what our treasurer does with the monies in this particular account. But when we take $800 million, now another $50 million out of it, how can we look ourselves in the mirror and say that's sustainable? That is not sustainable in the least. And so when we get into this debate, do we have enough revenue or do we have a priority problem? We just said we're going to go after our taxpayers' unclaimed property for revenue purposes. I ask you the question, where does it stop? This is not acceptable. Again, the purpose I agree with, but then we have to make it a priority within our budget. We can't take our citizens' money under any circumstances. So please, do not take these dollars from our citizens. And I also would point out to you, even in a savings situation, the bank gets a return on that investment of our savings. If you read through this bill, these dollars are going out for grant purposes with a 0 rate of return. If you're going to take taxpayers' money and then give a 0 rate of return, you have just added to the sustainability problem. Folks, we can't be doing this. I'm sorry. This is a priority, but this revenue is not ours and shouldn't be touched. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my 3rd year here. A couple years ago when I first got here, somebody got up and said something about this. I'd never heard of this. I didn't know there was such a thing. And so I didn't think about it. Last year somebody got up and said something, didn't think about it. And this year I thought, maybe, just maybe, there's some money in there that's mine. And so I went online. It was actually kind of at the urging of my wife, but I went online and I looked this up, and there's like 6 or 7 people named Bottoms in there, which also was surprising to me. I'm learning all kinds of things. But I was in there a couple of times, and I filled out the paperwork, did all the stuff, and I'm getting like $400-something back. You know, interestingly, there was not one line in all of those, and I went through a bunch of stuff looking for people like that I knew. And there was not one of those line items that said, State of Colorado. My name was in there, because why? That was my money. That's why my name was in there. That actually belonged to me. It is sitting in the state because of whatever mail issues or collection issues or whatever, but it had my name directly attached to it. Because why? It's my money. I did not see anywhere in there that it was not somebody else's property. It's already their property. This is not to be assigned later as property. This is already their property. Their name is attached to it. And then we say, well, we'll just use it. We'll just use it. It's not yours. No, but we'll just use it. But it belongs to Scott Bottoms. Oh, no, we'll just use it. It belongs to, and you can name any of the names in there. Go through there sometime. You might actually be in there. It belongs to them. No, we'll just use it. We use a term like stealing people's money and stuff like that. Yeah, guys, that's actually what's happening. It's their money. Their name's attached to it. When we take it, we're taking their money. This person's money, this person's money, this person's money. You say, well, we're going to use it for the state. We're going to do the, you don't have the right to do that. That's the same thing as coming into my house and seeing some cash sitting on my table and say, well, I'm just going to take that. It's not yours. You don't get to take that. That's mine. No, we're just going to use it. Yeah, that's called stealing. You can't just use it. It belongs to those people. It belongs to those entities that are in there. And somehow we think, no, this is mine. I can do this. We can't. It's literally not okay to steal somebody else's money.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the other day when this came up on seconds, afterwards, I actually sat with many of you and I actually showed you online where you yourself had money actually sitting in this fund waiting for you to collect. That was your money. You are the people. There are tens of thousands of people who have money just sitting there, not even really realizing it, that it's there to collect. Some of you are actually collecting up to $1,000+ out of this fund right now. And I showed you exactly how much money that you in your name or your family's name or people that you know, neighbors, who actually have money and they're sitting waiting to be collected. Because that's their money. It has their name on it. It doesn't have the state's name on it. It has their name on it. By taking the money, I understand the well-intention of this bill, but it's not the bill that we need to focus on. It is actually where the money to fund this bill is coming from. And it is literal theft from the people. Can you imagine someone actually going in and saying, oh, you know what, I have, $1,000. My gosh, $1,000 could change someone's life. $500 could mean whether they pay their bill or not. And they see they have money there, and they go to claim that money. But then they're told, we're sorry, that money, you can't have that money anymore. We're using it. Can you imagine that? I'm sorry, we've taken your money from you. The money that you found money, the state's holding on to, whether it was a rebate check or a rebate from insurance or something they overpaid, it doesn't matter. That was money that they had, that it belongs to them. It's literally their little savings account, if you want to look at it that way. And you're reaching your hand in and you're stealing it out of their personal little savings account. You don't have that right. You do not have that right to take. It's not a tax. It doesn't belong to anyone else but that person whose name is on it. And you want to take it from the people yet again. I showed so many of you where you had money sitting there that belongs to the people, not this house, and not for any use that we could ever use it for, is waiting for them to collect. I'm asking everyone to go on to the state site or Missing Money or wherever you look and look up. You have neighbors, you have family members, you yourselves have money probably sitting in there waiting. Thousands of dollars. I had almost $8,000 of my own money over the last 20 years that I have collected. This bill takes that money away from the people, literally stealing it out of their little accounts, their own bank accounts. I'm asking for you to really think hard on this. I'm asking for a no vote on this. Let's take this bill back. Let's rework it. Let's find money somewhere else. I offered almost $70 million worth of cuts that we could have done that would have saved, that would have replaced this. So I'm asking you for a no vote today on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague just looked up for the question that I had and what happens to the interest, and that the interest belongs to the owner of the money. So that kind of puts this in a whole nother category. Not only are you dipping into this fund and taking somebody else's property and sliding an IOU back in there, but you're investing that money, you're taking that money that was there in trust, and then you are giving it a 0% return on investment, while simultaneously debt spending by the government erodes the value of that money. So it's not like the interest on the account would actually keep up with inflation, especially when you look at unprecedented inflation over the last 4 years of 23.5%. But it's still something. And we have bills that propose to treat that money as abandoned after a few years. So that was kind of interesting, just in that it was, hey, the state needs to take this money and take this unclaimed property from the municipalities because they treat it as abandoned after a certain time. And then so after the state claims it, so that it's kept in trust, then the state immediately violates that trust and figures out ways to violate it more. Now, IOUs, the sponsor the other day gave the 2021, 22, and 23, I think it was 38, 46, and 53 million, but forgot about the 16, 2013, 2016, 2019, 15, 269 million, 35 million, 8 million, 30 million, 43 million, and 1.4 billion sounds like a lot, because it is a lot. I mean, it's 1/40th, 1/30th, somewhere around there of our budget. So maybe about 3% of our budget, but $1.4 billion and 800 million, 0.8 billion has already been dipped into and hasn't been paid back. So what we have as a state is we have a solvency problem, and of course the solvency problem is met with figuring out ways to take more money out of the citizens of Colorado. So, and then what else do we have? We have a priorities problem, so let's get past the funding and come back to this. And this sounds like a really good idea, and it should probably be something that would be spent, we would spend money on for the benefit of Colorado, as opposed to hundreds of millions of dollars on green energy, which accomplishes nothing. But that's not to the bill, Madam Speaker.
It's not, Representative DeGraff.
If I could hold the gavel down here, we'd be all set.
Oh, wouldn't we be in trouble?
So we have a solvency problem because we have an ideological problem, because we take these programs and we say, these are our priorities. That's why we save them for last. They have the emotional appeal, and so that we can eke a little bit more funding out of the citizens of Colorado. So this General Assembly does in fact have a spending problem. And that spending problem is based on an ideology problem, and that ideology is based on not treating the citizens of Colorado as citizens of Colorado, but treating them as tax-paying widgets. That who has a duty somehow to the state of coming up with more and more money. And more of them are saying no, because we've looked at the stats. Colorado gained, I think, about 500 jobs last year? 300 to 500 jobs? Of course, we lost 14,700 jobs and added 15,000 jobs in the state, in government. So the only place that this is growing, that we're growing, is in the parasitical economy. And it's not an indictment, it's just that government is a parasite on the economy. It sucks the vitality out of it. It lives on the vitality of the economy. And so we need to minimize that. Otherwise, the vitality of the economy is going to be gone. And we have bills like this that continue to tap into the vitality of the economy. It's not a matter of it not being a good idea, not a matter of it being a good intention. It's a matter of, if it's a priority, we should prioritize it. That's all. And we should put it into the general fund instead of taking it into the waning hours. Now, in the last 10 days, this is when the really crazy priorities come out, so I can't wait to see what kind of funding that is. I imagine it'll be all unfunded mandates, but the tax-paying widgets can handle that. So thank you, Madam Speaker. But this is just, the bill is ultimately about an inability to prioritize priorities and an inability to respect the citizens of Colorado, so I recommend a no vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I always wait to kind of talk to the end, let my colleagues hit some of the finer points. I also believe in protecting our friends and families from wildfires. I don't see an issue with that at all. I've talked about it on seconds a little bit. When it comes to what we're going to teach, what are we going to teach with this program? Are we going to teach actual solutions to this problem? I talk about, some forestry work, making sure that our forests are groomed. We've got some issues in this state. Definitely need to put pressure on the Fed, like we've talked about. This has been 40 years in the making, to make sure that they can help us. We do have state forests, but definitely the Fed needs to come in on the shining white horse and try to help fix this problem for all the people in Colorado. That's one issue that we face. But at the end of the day, we keep, adding fees on top of everything that our constituents need or have to use when it comes from cell phone service to gasoline, and we keep pulling and pulling and pulling from them. And it's starting to add up because, I think that there's people that have a little bit of wiggle room in their finances, but I know there's people that like those dollars add up. They're literally going through the seat cushions in the couch to make sure that they can get their bills paid. And that's unfortunate, and the problem that I have is we keep adding more and more on top of that. And why? It's because I think the insatiable amount of money. I've talked to so many groups being in this position since COVID happened, and there's so many people that are like, okay, we had this budget, and then they infused this money from the federal government into our budget, and not only did I spend that money, but I spent a little bit more on top of what the Fed gave, and now all of a sudden, we're sitting here, we've conflated our budget based on not only the dollars that we had, but I don't want to say fake dollars, but dollars that were infused that we knew that were going to run away at some point. And I think it's created a culture, unfortunately, around spending money. I think that too often, I think people do it in their own finances. Growing up, I always heard about wants and needs. What are your wants? What are your needs? My grandfather was the kind of person, if he didn't have the money to buy it, well, I want a new car. Well, if you're not going to write a check for it, you're not going to get a new car. And I think, unfortunately, what we've done is we've just decided we're going to way overspend above our means. That's where it's hard for me with what we do here in the state. Does this state need to spend money on certain things? Yes. Do we have priorities? Yes. I won't say that. I believe in limited government. I'm not one of those people that believes in no government. I believe in limited government. I do think that sometimes we have a priority problem. I really do, over a funding problem. But at some point we have to spend within our means, and that's what's so scary about this. It's because now we've nickeled and dimed, we feed as much as we can, we've created enterprises, so we're doing all these things to pull money, and then our ability to spend money keeps happening, so then we have to find more places to pull money from. So now we're going to reach into this fund and we're going to pull that money out of there. So I think I used this analogy a time before, the game Hungry Hippos. It seems like sometimes in this building, that's what we're doing. We're trying to pull as much money as we can, and we're slamming that damn button so hard that I think we forget on who we're pulling that from. And I just think at the end of the day, the taxpayers of Colorado are stressed. We know that we suffer from some of the highest inflationary rate in the whole nation in this state. And it's really falling on the backs of these people. I was just at a meeting with the cattle growers this week, and they're talking about how much their inputs are. And thank God the cattle market is what it is, because literally these people would be running in the red year-round if the cattle market hadn't settled out, because their inputs and their costs are so much, and insurance is going up so much. Everything is attacking them all at one time, and people feel like they have nowhere to turn. And as we try to solve these problems, a lot of times these problems take money, but it's where do these problems line up in our priority list? What are wants and what are needs? And I think by adding fees to fuel, I don't agree with that, and adding fees to cell phone bills, which I don't agree with, and car insurance and home insurance to try to cover all this. But when we literally going to reach into this and start pulling money out of there, to me, and no disrespect, I don't mean this, it's desperate. We're literally finding every way. It's kind of like, when you really want something and you're pulling everything that you have together. You're like, oh, I'm going to, sell the flower pot that isn't out front, and I'm going to grab this $20 that I left in this savings account that I haven't touched in years, and I'm going to pull all this money together to do something. And I just think at the end of the day, from the constituents I talk to, we all represent different constituencies, but people are saying enough's enough. We have to live within a budget. When things get bad, we have to tighten our belts. We have to pull back from going on vacation with our family. Some people are having to choose, like I said, between meat on the table and heat in the home. And now this is it's not little, but it's one little thing. This is, thank you to the representative from El Paso County. I looked, I don't have a whole lot in there, but I've got a few dollars. But those dollars are mine. And if somebody wants to get a cell phone, unfortunately, if there's a fee on it, when they sign up, they know there's a fee for it. When you go to get gas, unfortunately, there's a fee on that. But when you start saying, okay, there's this money in here and we're going to take that money, we're not going to put any return investment in the way of, spaced it there, but if we're not going to get a return on their investment, I think that there's a problem that we're just going to take, and not put back. So I think at the end of the day, my plea is at some point we have to quit taking money, and even if it means taking it out of accounts that people don't even realize they have, and then having no plan on putting that money back with a rate of return on their investment. So as I stand here for the people of Colorado that reach out and say I'm being nickeled and dimed and feed to death, it's just hard for me to see somebody slide in the back door and try to pull more money like hungry hippos. So with that, I urge a no vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'll make my remarks brief. When this General Assembly saw fit to cap property tax increases last legislative session, we did so at the peril of our fire protection districts across the state. I speak to you as someone who has been impacted, as many of us have, by wildfire activity in or near my county. It wasn't long ago that the vast majority of Larimer County burned. Twice. So much so that now we face floods. This is a reality for fire protection districts across our state. In Larimer County, we continue to wait for federal reimbursement for much of the activity that our county was statutorily obligated to commit to in terms of saving lives and property wherever possible. We wrote the check, and we're still waiting on the reimbursement from the feds. That's not a partisan statement. That's just a reality that our counties continue to bear the brunt of activity that will only worsen in our state. Latest numbers show that our fire protection districts are underfunded to the amount of $70 million, and that situation will only get worse. What does that mean? That means that when there's a fire at your neighbor's house or yours, there may not be a unit that's able to respond. That means that when there's a fire in a rural part of our state, there might not be a firehouse anywhere nearby to send somebody to your wildfire or the fire at your house. That means when it comes to firefighters looking at our state versus another state in terms of where they will be supported by state revenue, state dollars, and a state commitment to public safety, they'll choose someplace else to go. Why would you go where you are not appreciated with a necessary amount of funding from this body? I also want to talk about priorities in terms of our budget overall. I earmarked the earmarks that came through our long bill to the tune of $11.6 million that would have gone to certain districts in particular. Right here. Those yellow Post-it notes don't represent a commitment to fire safety. They represent a commitment to very different priorities than we are considering now through this bill. And so I reject the notion that this is a prioritization problem. This is a long-term funding problem which we can solve. Colorado is not unique in utilizing our unclaimed property funds. Most states do this. Most states actually transfer them to the general fund. That is not what we are doing here. We are saying that we recognize that these funds are held in trust and that we have an obligation through this bill to repay those funds. I would note that several other pieces of legislation this body has contemplated have not done that. They have just been a draw without a return. And for what purpose are we doing that here? We are doing that so that fire stations can be rehabilitated, so that workers have the equipment necessary to fight fires safely in your communities, and we don't put them at risk because we've sent them into a fire with outdated or unacceptable equipment. I would also note this, because I'm aware of some numbers floating around. There's currently $1.4 billion in the fund, and we have used that over the last 30 years to unfortunately plug holes in our budget. And I won't get into the why of that, but I think we've had a pretty robust discussion on that already today, where those holes come from. There has never been, and even with the implementation of this bill, a moment where that fund has faced the risk of insolvency. In fiscal year 23 alone, there was $201 million in new deposits. I reject the notion that this is stealing. What this is a commitment to our first responders who will continue to face untenable situations in our communities when it comes to wildfire and fire in general. We have to do better by them. And that might mean looking at a loan fund that would not only help them to purchase equipment, but also ensure that they can find housing in your communities. That's what this bill does. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes and 34 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The citizens also lost their Gallagher protections on their property, and they found their property taxes quadruple. And then we come back to them and they say, yeah, that wasn't enough. That was not enough. Pony up, tax widgets.
Representative DeGraff, I don't think that is to this bill.
Well, ma'am, we're talking about why the fire departments don't have money. We have $70 million. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that in green energy programs that don't accomplish anything. We don't tap into those. When we asked about tapping into those, no. Those are ideologically protected. When we look at getting money out of the ground for basically free, and getting that severance tax, getting those severance taxes that used to pay for all of this stuff, we're told no, that money needs to stay on the ground, ideologically protected or feared. $1.4 billion. Yeah, there are proposals to take that money and put it in the general fund and say it's abandoned. So there's a difference between being held in trust and being held in IOU. One is trustworthy, the other is just a piece of paper. It's the lockbox, it's the Social Security lockbox. This is not about funding, this is about priorities of the General Assembly. We did the long bill. We could have found that money. We've identified places for that money to come from that would actually benefit the citizens of Colorado. Not even on the table. Opting instead to keep that money in the ground and further punish the citizens of Colorado for an ideology that has no basis in science. So this is about priorities, and this is not solved by tapping into the pockets of Coloradans. No matter what the emotional appeal is, we're trying to have some level of fiscal responsibility. And the only thing that I see out of fiscal responsibility is just we need more money. We have 10 days left. We're out of money. We've been out of money. And we're going to spend the next 10 days in a frantic push to push unfunded mandates on the citizens of Colorado. So this is just part of what is going to have to be done for the next 10 days because the citizens of Colorado are not there to fund your good intentions. They are you are here to secure their creator-endowed, self-evident, unalienable rights. Not their alien rights, but their unalienable rights. So if we need to go back to the drawing board, we suggested that. Let's go. Let's take the budget apart and find the money that is there for this sort of thing, the waste, the fraud, the abuse that's in the budget. Nope. We're just going to wait until the very end, and we're going to tap into the taxpayers a little bit more.
Representative DeGraff, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Well, I might as well use it.
On the bill.
It's okay to leave money in the pockets of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. Just let them have some of their money. They've lost a third of their year already to compelled labor for the state. It doesn't need to get higher. We need to figure out how to balance our budget and act fiscally responsible, and I have not seen that yet.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1078 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 27 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1078 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1079.
House Bill 1079 by Representative Story and Marshall, also Senator Weissman, concerning the scope of the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction over ethics complaints against local governments and in connection therewith, expanding the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction to include school districts and special districts and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1079 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1079 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1079 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1235 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1235 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1278.
House Bill 1278 by Representatives Burton Lukens, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Michelson-Janae, concerning modifications to the statewide education accountability system and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1278 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a technical change in regards to an amendment that we made on second reading. In second reading, we forgot to amend out the section that has the petition clause. So this bill currently has a petition clause and a safety clause, and we would like it to just have a safety clause. So I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1278. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excused, permission is granted. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L22 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
One moment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, this amends out the petition clause because we would like it to only have a safety clause, and we ask for your yes vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And question to the sponsors is why you chose the safety clause over the petition clause. Just curious why we think we need to have that when I saw the petition clause and very much liked the bill, but I want to know why we're going to go against the will of people when it comes to educating accountability with their children.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be fiscally responsible, we made cuts to other programs that were inefficient and ineffective and used that funding to fund the new revised, more effective system of accountability. So in order to have those funds available to pay for the new system, you need the money sooner rather than later, so hence a safety clause rather than a petition clause.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L022 to House Bill 1278. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, Amendment L022 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1278 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1278 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1278 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1296.
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Garcia and Zokai, also Senator Weissman, concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1296 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Richardson, my coffee hero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we spoke on this at length on Friday, and it deserves a lot of discussion. I am a no vote. I guess the title concerning the adjustment of certain expenditures is accurate because everything in here is concerning. The adjustment that it refers to increases revenues to the state by about $27 million. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights does require a vote of the people when tax policy is changed, resulting in an increase in revenue. And I know an argument was made that this is less than 1%, and there have been court rulings that rule that less than 1% was considered to be de minimis and did not need to go to the voters. Now, this was also kind of referred to as the remaining shards of the bill. After it had gone through committee, it was heavily changed. The original bill also claimed to be de minimis, a $75 million increase in tax collections to the state. So I think it's very clear that, by amending the bill to get down to maybe what something is truly to be considered a de minimis amount was good enough to get the bill through, but it clearly was signaled in its original form that the state wants to take much more from our taxpayers and not go to a vote, and that's wrong. So there's a big philosophical piece, and I'm sure we'll talk to it more, but the specifics of where they're taking the money is also concerning. There's a $10 million decrease in economic development funds that primarily goes to rural areas. These are monies that actually do have a return on investment. They may not have been tapped into yet, and they may be used primarily from businesses that are thought to be static, not going to pick up, not going to move, we're already there. But you can't tell what would have happened to these communities if those monies were not available. Our rural communities are threatened. The cost of living, the cost of everything keeps going up, and the ability for people to make a living in the rural areas continues to be constrained. We are hurting the very people we're supposed to serve with this bill. It shows kind of a neutrality. It brings more revenue to the state and then shows an equal amount as being an increase in projected Tabor refunds, the monies that are supposed to be returned from the people. But time and time again, we see that money then diverted to special interests, used as special tax credits. Winners and losers are picked. Losers are just about everybody in the state. The winners are a select few. And that amount of money that's available to everybody, that was paid in by everybody, that is supposed to be a refund, is then taken and given to those that have been deemed worthy. We've got to stop doing this. We're going to talk and talk and talk, I'm sure, over the next 10 days about a lot of things, and I think the Taxpayer Bill of Rights will likely be one of them, but it's an important thing. It is one thing that the people in this state are perhaps close to universally supportive of. Only those that are receivers of government funds or the appropriators of government funds seem to be against the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And in this case, it's not just the Bill of Rights, it's the taxpayers that we seem to be against. They're the people that we're here to serve, and we need to do better. This is just a bad bill. It stirs some things around. It helps some at the expense of others. But somehow in doing that, it also moves another $26 million to the state. And it seems like every time we say we're doing something to help one group, the only identifiable place that's helped is state revenues. And I'm against the bill. I'll continue to be against the bill. I'd urge everybody else to vote no. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Here's an opportunity to be efficient, and that is to vote against all 17 of these bills at one time. So just voting one time no, you get to vote against about 17 different bills. Now, we talked at length about try to talk you out of this bill, but again, it's always interesting when clarifying that it's all to get more money for the state. And what we should be doing is we should be prioritizing keeping money in the pockets of the citizens. But this deals with historic structures, medical marijuana, early childhood, income tax imposed on individuals' estates. Now, I do agree with that it is imposed. Alternative transportation, here's historic structures again, child care investment, credit for personal property taxes, credit against tax qualifying seniors, qualified worker care credit, tax credits, lots of all caps and amendments in this strike below, agricultural commodities, and a safety clause. So I'm not really sure how we have a serious discussion about tax policy when we pass some pretty substantive ideas all in one bill. So I ask for a no vote on this, just to dial this back. You know, I looked at it the other day, and this is about, it's about 1/4,000th of the budget. So maybe it's not, I guess that's classified as de minimis. And if it's de minimis, maybe we don't go and ask the taxpayers to pay for it. So not meaning to minimize your de minimis number or your efforts, I think we should let the taxpayers keep the money, and we should allow the we should allow our revenue service to actually catch up with the tax code, as last time I checked with them, they were about 3 years behind in trying to figure out how to implement the tax code. So I'm not really sure what the point of that is. So let's figure out how to keep businesses in Colorado, how to keep the parasitical economy from growing faster than the real economy, and we'll go from there. I ask for an aye vote. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think for the first time in all session, I was really looking forward to the full 10 minutes of the representative from El Paso speaking so I could enjoy the pillows a little bit longer. I want to just clarify a couple things on 1296 for the room here. I understand the concern with the enterprise zone investment tax credit. The reason why we have decided to take this step is because we still don't even know if the $12 million is enough or if it's being effectively used. When we are able to reduce it, it opens up the opportunity for more waivers of need to be presented, which then allows us to effectively know what is the real need in these communities. So this is not in effect going to reduce the amount of tax credit that goes into the enterprise zone. It only effectually adds an extra step, unfortunately, but we do need to be very responsible. We need to support good governance when we are talking about taxpayer dollars. Tax credits are credits that we as a body create. We vote on tax credits on a regular basis, and it only makes sense for us to come back and adjust the tax credits that we put into place on a regular basis to make sure that the tax credit is actually achieving what it intended to when it was passed. That is what this is about. There is no increase of taxes. There's nothing that we are saying that we are beyond what is de minimis. We are doing what we should as a body. We are being responsible, and we are asking you to follow us and to support us in making sure that through good governance in this room, we are being responsible with the taxpayer dollars. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1296 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 25 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1296 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 53.
Senate Bill 53 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives Joseph and Velasco, concerning the classification of bison as wildlife unless classified as livestock and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 53 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 53 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 53 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 54.
Senate Bill 54 by Senators Simpson and Bridges, also Representatives Martinez and McCormick, concerning the regulation of mining activities and in connection therewith, creating a new permit type to facilitate the cleanup of abandoned mine waste piles, updating forfeiture and warranty procedures, ratifying Colorado's membership in the Interstate Mining Compact and the Interstate Mining Commission, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 54 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 54 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 54 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Weissman and Snyder, also Representatives Carter and Garcia, concerning the continuation of the Identity Theft and Financial Deterrence Act and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 179 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 179 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 179 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1192.
House Bill 1192 by Representatives Hartsook and Bacon, also Senators Bridges and Frizzell, concerning financial literacy requirements as a condition of high school graduation in public schools and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1192 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Oh, that's love. I haven't even said anything yet. I know. Members, we are not bringing a third reading amendment. But I bet you feel bad. No, I'm kidding. So we just wanted to share a few words because we do have a lot of special people following this bill. We want to speak to the students right now who have advocated for this bill. Before I get to them, I want to say personally thank you to our teachers, thank you to our school districts for everything that you do for kids. Thank you for giving all that you've got, even in a resource-constrained environment. And I also want to thank you for loving our kids and our students, and thank you also for the conversations that we've had over the course of working on this bill. And I look forward to continued conversations because I do think that there is a way for us to get to a place that works for all of us. We have amended the bill in ways that are particularly important for educators, and I want to acknowledge that. And I want to recognize them for that in the work that we will continue to do. So members, voting for this bill and supporting this bill is a Colorado moment And it's a watershed in balancing what our students have asked for and balancing what, quite frankly, adults may believe is an executional issue. I want to say that this is a generational issue. Our young people now are faced with having to understand not only interest and credit cards, but they have to understand debt in ways that so many generations before never had to understand. I would challenge all of us to ask students if they would like a financial literacy course. I, in the interim, have an opportunity to visit a lot of school districts. In fact, there is no room I have been in with students that I asked them if they were interested in taking this class, that anyone said no. I want to thank some districts I visited in particular. I had a chance to meet with students up in Holyoke. I had a chance to meet with students down in Trinidad. I had a chance to meet with students Denver, Aurora, in the Front Range here. And all the young people have said that they want an opportunity to learn about this. And quite frankly, the underpinning was the financial literacy is about freedom for them to not just be able to dream, but to be able to know. For them to be able to know they can buy a house and know how to do it. For them to be able to know they can go to college and afford how to do it. And so that's what this bill represents. We want to thank every student who came to committee, who talked about of all the things that we can agree on. Because quite frankly, we have struggled to find things that we can agree on across K-12. This is not that every student should take calculus, because I remember asking that question once and all the rural districts were like, we want to do agribusiness. But this is, again, a generational watershed. And I want students to know that they can come to the building, they can make a claim, they can unify across the corners of this state, and the adults will hear them and say, at the state level, we want to ensure that all kids, all students, regardless of where they live, should have the opportunity to break a cycle, to gain knowledge that may have been kept from them, or to gain knowledge, and particularly, they say, we know what we don't know, and that they believe that all students, regardless of where they live, regardless of their school district, deserves this information because it is freedom. And so we don't take steps like this or ask a lot. We don't take steps like this and ask for many things for all students to do in the state. In fact, we push against that quite often. But this is the one thing for this generation that our students have said they need. And again, I repeat, ask any student, any high school student in any part of this state, and I am sure they will say to you, it is information that they want to have. So I am asking us, as a state legislature, to say that this is something that we believe in, something that we need, and that's something that will define us, that in this moment, we will do. I don't take this ask very lightly. And I deeply, deeply respect our school districts and educators. But the one time we would do something and have to decide, I choose our students. And so members, thank you so much for following us on this journey. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I was reminded here as she was speaking, and I'd kind of lost track of the amount of emails that I had received from not only Douglas County, down where I'm at, but across the state, the Western Slope, out on the plains, from teachers, from students, from parents saying, thank God, yes, this is common sense. Of course, the kids will say, I don't want to study algebra or geometry or calculus, but I do need financial literacy. And they had it for a variety of reasons. That was very astounding to me. It wasn't just for business or their personal finances, but as was pointed out, agriculture, as other times have been mentioned, going into engineering or being an entrepreneur. It didn't matter. Every kid, every teacher that brought back sent in an example of, hey, these kids, this is what they want to go study, and they say, we need the skills to understand financial literacy. And that is what they asked for over and over again. And so thank you to my colleague for reminding me of that, because I didn't keep all the emails. I just remember reading them going, wow, it's a groundswell. It didn't matter what corner of the state that it came from. They told this universal message of financial literacy to empower them to be able to have freedom. And the students that testified were I mean, it was incredible. I read the one story of the one kid that talked about his mom. Those are the life-changing moments for not only these kids, but their entire families, because that financial literacy paves the way for the American dream and for financial freedom. And we would urge an aye vote. Thank you so much.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also come up in support for this bill. This is something that I have been saying for the last 10 years or so. What was echoed here earlier is, we have kids that have a lot of, training when it comes to other courses. So, calc, algebra. I took AP Calc as a sophomore in high school. We didn't have a financial class per se in my school. We did have career and life choices, but they kind of briefly talked about some vocabulary, but that was it. When I worked at the bank, I had a lot of younger people who did not know how to write a check, who didn't know what APR was versus APY, who didn't know what owning versus financing versus leasing was, and who didn't know about credit. Now, credit for me at the bank was my specialty for young people. So I took great pleasure in teaching younger people when it comes to how to manage credit, what your FICO score was composed of, and what are some ways to make sure you have an adequate credit score. As we know, credit score, if you have to have at least above 620 to even get a house, among other things, and then debt to income ratios, making sure it's below 50%. And so those were the things that students weren't taught, things that I weren't taught in school, and things that I had to learn on my own. And so, when it comes to experience, we all sometimes have to learn the hard way when it comes to managing money, and obviously we don't teach our students when it comes to financial requirements how to keep out of debt. I think unfortunately we have a lot of people in debt today because we didn't prepare them with the skills and technical terms that would have made them successful. In my district, I have a very low income district, which a lot of people, we lack resources and the proper curriculum that we need to secure the success of our students going forward. So I appreciate the sponsors bringing this bill forward. And I did also, when it comes to these policies, I reached out to my constituents, the stakeholders in my district, and asked them how they feel about these policies. And so teachers, the superintendent, the school board, they're all in favor of this because it's important that we teach our kids stuff that actually matters in the real world, so we prepare them for the real world. Now, it's really sad to say, but even though I did pass and graduated, I didn't really have a lot of teachers that prepared me for the real world. There were some, and unfortunately, not a lot of students can say that. So, we need to make sure that our students are prepared out in the real world from predatory lending and other practices to make sure that people don't take advantage of them, especially when it comes to investments. Other than credit, I was also very helpful in educating people about the basic elements of investments, how their portfolio looks like, what are some tips and tricks to prevent them from falling into predatory lending, and also practices of other investors who just might take advantage of that. And so this also helps make sure that our students do not succumb to those predatory practices that you see when some people, as you know, take advantage of people who do not know much of the financial literacy curriculum. So I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the bill sponsors. I'm not one of those people that's going to get up and harp on priorities and then not come and speak when we're meeting one of those priorities, and I think this is a priority. We always want to leave the next generation in better shape than what we left things in. And I think this is an opportunity to do that. We just spoke about wants and needs and tightening your belt and having a budget. And me, who tries to be as fiscally conservative as I can't expect to change the culture around that if we don't teach our kids on what that means and how to live within a budget. You know, how to buy a house that's big enough for your family. It may not be the 5,000 square foot house that, you know, you see on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and for most of you, you have no clue what I'm talking about, but generation, right? But yeah, no, for sure. I think that this is really important. I think when we talk about spending, I think this is some things that we should spend on. And this is to teach the next generation that you have to live within your means. And you have to watch out for things coming your way, and you have to put a little nest egg together because you never know when a washing machine is going to go out or you have a medical bill within your family. And what the good representative from Greeley said is, I was blessed to live in a family that had businesses, and we talked business at the dinner table every night. It was business and politics and news. That was our family discussions. So I learned a lot of these things just based on the environment that I was raised in, but not many kids have that. And I think that it's important that the kids that don't have that hands-on, one-on-one experience with business and checkbooks, I know that's another aging myself, online registers, I think it's important that we do this. I think this is important for our kids, and I think this is how we pull ourselves out of the next generation of kids that are going to overspend what their means are. So I appreciate you bringing this bill. I'm glad that the students of Colorado are going to have the ability to hopefully learn things that are going to keep them from making the mistakes of so many before them. I will be a yes vote. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I said this on seconds, and I want to reiterate it on thirds, what great work the bill sponsors did in addressing concerns. Every time I heard a concern, I brought it to the sponsors, and they made sure that it was rectified in the bill or clearer in the bill so that you can get support of my constituents. And I just want to say thank you so much for the hard work you all put in to do that for us. So I'm a yes on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1192 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1192 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives Espinoza and Bradley, also Senator Ball, concerning updating terminology related to behavioral health safety net providers.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1326 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Wilford. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1326 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1317.
House Bill 1317 by Representatives Bradley and Carter, also Senator Exum, concerning the correction of a defect in law that incorrectly references the standard for provider self-pay estimates for healthcare services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1317 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1317 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1317 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senators Catlin and Ball, also Representatives Carter and Luck, concerning the relocation of a definition in House Bill 24-1266 related to utility company betterment during local government utility relocation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 204 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 204 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1021.
House Bill 1021 by Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart, also Senator Bridges, concerning tax incentives for businesses that transition to employee-owned businesses in whole or in part.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1021 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1021 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Rix Sukla Winter. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1021 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1061.
House Bill 1061 by Representatives Taggart and Bacon, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning creating a grant program for the development of community schoolyards and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1061 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1061 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 12 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1061 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Thank you, members. That was a very long list of thirds. Appreciate our debate today. We are going to stand in a 10-minute recess. The House is in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we will now move forward to consideration of the governor's veto. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 86.
Senate Bill 86 by Senators Frizzell and Doherty, also Representatives Basenecker and Hartsook, concerning protections for users of social media and in connection therewith establishing certain requirements for social media companies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over consideration of the governor's veto on Senate Bill 86 until May 9th, 2025.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, the most important thing you'll hear me say in relation to this is that I support this motion to lay over this bill until May 9. I want to temper that statement with a whole lot of thank yous and acknowledgement of the work yet to be done on behalf of the families who came out and shared their very real stories in relation to this bill. It is always just incredible to me whenever you have a family member who has lost a loved one, who has stood at that casket or that open grave and has then decided that that loss should inform their advocacy so that nobody else has to ever go through that again. That is incredible. I know there is a diversity of opinions on this bill. I respect that. That is our job as a chamber. Yet, I would ask us in this moment to pull ourselves away from the political nature of our work and root ourselves in the humanity of families who have long requested this body to do something when it comes to these issues. That is where I am this morning, this afternoon. And so for me, I want to say thank you to the families. Thank you to those who showed up in committee and who said, what happened to me was wrong and shouldn't happen to anybody else. It's not just illicit substances, it's folks who have been preyed upon, sex trafficked, have faced sextortion, who have been able to acquire a firearm illegally online. That is what this bill is about. I won't go into statements about whether or not that's protected First Amendment speech. I will just say that this bill was informed by the unsolved cases and the victims that did not wish to die. Their families have made that clear. And it's my belief that this is not a matter of jurisdiction or capability or constitutionality, but a matter of heart, a matter of conviction that what we do in this body matters, and when we do it could be life-saving for folks who live outside of this chamber. We have accepted the fact that the governor has exercised his authority to veto this bill, that the Senate has exercised their constitutional authority to override that veto, and that today the votes are not here in this chamber to do the same. That is a statement of fact. I also accept the reality that some legislation has a timeline far longer than 120 days, and that there's more work to do here. Social media companies should respond to warrants in a timely fashion. Families shouldn't have cases go unsolved when their loved one who didn't intend to die bought what they thought was Percocet only to find themselves fatally dosed with fentanyl. There shouldn't be question marks at the end of that equation. There should be a conviction. And so for me, I recognize that the veto might address some concerns of opponents of this bill, but it does not solve that issue for the families. That is where we are at now, where we started. I recognize that we have more to do to bring forward a policy that will protect people, children, to protect children. From harmful behaviors. There is a solution to be found here. And I want to commend Rep. Hartsook for his work on this bill. Because we don't often agree on a lot of these issues. And yet here we are saying that something has to be done. I ask you, recommit with us to make that happen. Hold parties accountable when this bill comes forward next session. Demand a solution that isn't rooted in market cap, but is rooted in the safety of our communities. Our social media companies owe you that. Our state demands that. And our children are less safe when they do not have that. And so I support this motion. I want to thank my colleagues who have stood with me in this moment. I want to thank my colleague, Rep. Hartsook, for his diligent work to keep communities safe. Members, it is with a heavy heart that I ask for a yes vote on this motion.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This body does legislation. Many of us have often tried to bring the human side to it. Sitting with the families. Hearing their stories. Some of the things that I've seen through my career. Brought it all very, very close. I committed to the families that I would fight. And I have. We have reached a point where there's a process. And that is what we are executing at this point, is the process. We are in concurrence to lay it over and work to find a better path going forward for the families, the children, the district attorneys that supported this, the public, and everyone that's out there. Everyone has rights, and that's what I am committed to continue doing. And we thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is that consideration of the governor's veto on Senate Bill 86 be laid over until May 9th, 2025. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excuse, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, Tuesday, April 29th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Tuesday, April 29th. Announcements and introductions, members. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet at LSBA in 10 minutes. That's 2:40.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HHS will meet in 112 at 2:45. See you there.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, we will be meeting at 2:40 in Old State Library. See you then.
Representative Byrd.
Members, please give me your attention for a moment. As part of the last 10 days, you know we have a series of new rules that are going into effect, so I'd like to bring your attention to a new fee, not a tax, that will be imposed for all future photos. Also, yes, fees to an enterprise, in case you were wondering. But wait, there is more. The photographer would like you all to know that you are stressing me out when you come with your cameras not ready. So please make sure, because it matters, that your lens is clean, that it's not set for me to take a selfie, because I know that's not what you wanted, and also that you have the right lens size selected. So anyway, come prepared, and I will happily take your picture.
Representative Byrd, there is still a prohibition on props in the well, so that's a $5 fine for using the sign. However, in order to make up your first $5, I might recommend that you find people when their camera is not ready. So go for it. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will pay that fine for you, Rep. Byrd. Tomorrow morning, outside the old Supreme Court, the County Sheriffs of Colorado will be here offering breakfast. Please join us.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today is the last day to make benefit changes without a qualifying event for the fiscal year beginning July 1st. If you have been unable to make benefit changes and would like to do so, please contact Gina Sanchez in accounting immediately. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.